It hasn't changed yet. I'll call the meeting of the Camarillo City Council to order. Ask the clerk to call the roll, please.
Councilmember Kildee.
Here.
Councilmember Santangelo.
Here.
Councilmember Tremblay.
Here.
Vice Mayor Molche. Mayor Craven.
Here. We are here at 4:30 because we have a noticed closed session, and I'll ask the city attorney to read the circumstances under which we're going to be going into closed session.
Yes, this is a closed session, a conference with labor negotiators. The authority is Government Code Section 54957.6. The agency designated representative is the city attorney. The unrepresented employee is the city manager. And you should ask if there's any public comment before we go to closed session.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what...
Excuse me, you should ask to see if there's any public comment before we go to closed session.
Is there anyone in the public who would like to speak on this item? There's no one here in council chambers. Is there anyone on Zoom? Okay. There's no member of the public who'd like to speak on this item, so with that, we will recess to closed session, and we will be back in open session at 5 o'clock.
Okay, I'd like to call the meeting of the Camarillo Library Board to order. Let the record reflect that all trustees are present. Mr. Mulchay, will you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Absolutely. Everyone please rise. Right hand over your heart. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Are there any amendments to the agenda?
No amendments.
Is there anybody here who would like to speak to the library board? Okay. Do I have a motion to approve the consent calendar?
Move to
Go ahead.
approve.
Second.
Okay, with a motion and a second, please vote. And it passes unanimously. Thank you. Departmental items. Doesn't look like we have, oh, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong thing. We have comments from staff.
Yes, Your Honor, and members of the board. Tonight, I am happy to introduce Mandy Nazar, our new library director, and she's here to introduce herself and to provide just a brief update on the reopening and the last couple of weeks.
So thank you, John, for the warm welcome. It's been really nice to meet everyone, and I'm excited to be the new library director for such a dynamic city. So starting my position close to when we open to the public has been really rewarding. Simultaneously introducing myself to people while also welcoming them back inside. So people are still continuing to be safe. Staff is monitoring the situation as far as safe distancing and mask. But so far, everyone is just so happy that we're open. As far as our curbside, it's still going on, but our amount of appointments have been reduced. We average about 27 pickups since we've opened back up. But the reality is when people find out that they're open, they just get out of their cars and come inside, and that's something that we want them to do. So it's been great to see that again. And fortunately, with our doors open as well, we've seen an increase with our physical circulation. While the Russell Fisher Business Coordinator, Nicole, has connected virtually throughout the last year with virtual programming, we are very excited that we have been able to add a full range of virtual programming in recent weeks. Things like story time is now virtual every Thursday. May is Mental Health Awareness Month, and so our adult services is offering a Take and Make Color Me Calm kits. And so far, we've had 29 adults so far take this kit home so they can learn how to de-stress. We're also gearing up for summer reading program this year with the theme Reading Colors Your World, and we're looking forward to signing all readers up on Saturday, June 19th. And I also want to mention that John Thomas and I were recently interviewed with KCLU's Caroline Faraday last week, where we discussed what it's been like reopening for Camarillo and how people see us as more than a collection. So the staff and I are looking forward to making sure that everyone knows the library is back open and here to serve the community. And that's my report.
Thank you so much, and welcome to Camarillo Library. We're really happy that you're here.
Me too.
Do we have any other comments?
Welcome.
Welcome.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, any other comments from library trustees?
I have a comment.
Go ahead, Mr.
We're down in comments from, we're down for comments or trustees? Is this the time?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Do we have an update on whether or not that cafe is going to reopen at the library? And if so, do we have a date?
We do not have a date as of yet. Again, the cafe operator is still assessing some of the foot traffic that's occurring there and making some preparations. But we have spoken to her, and it does sound like it'd be later on in the summer that she'd be looking at opening the cafe. We don't have a specific date as of yet.
Is all the equipment still there?
Yes, it is. Yep. Yep.
So do we own the equipment, or how is it?
Yes, we have the lighted refrigerated display case. We also have refrigerators and, of course, the sinks and the drains and all the other elements of the cafe that operate it.
Okay, so it's pretty much already kind of, well, would you consider it a turnkey then for the most part?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Okay, so it's kind of all queued up to go just whenever.
Correct.
it's ready to
We're in there making sure that, the lights are working, that the ice machine is flowing and drains properly, and so all the proper maintenance is being done so that when the time comes, that won't be anything that would hold us up.
Okay. Thank you.
Anybody else? Okay, with that, we will adjourn.
Okay, we'll open up this meeting of the Board of Directors of the Camarillo Sanitary District, regular meeting for May 26, 2021. Let the record reflect that all directors are present. Do we have any amendments to the agenda?
No amendments.
Right. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comments that you're aware of?
We do not.
Okay, seeing none, let's go to consent. Do I hear a motion on consent?
Move the approval.
All right, we have a motion and a second on the consent calendar. Please vote. And that is adopted on a 5-0 vote. Moving to comments from staff. Do we have any comments from staff? Do we have any comments from directors, from board members?
I have a question if you want.
Mr. Kildee?
Yeah, I believe we got an email about, I believe, a CASA conference. Is that live this year, or is that still remote? It's live.
I think I'll just go ahead and respond to
Yeah,
that
would you
if I can.
please? Yeah.
Sure, it is live. The CASA statewide board last week, we voted to go ahead and hold that as an in-person conference in San Diego, August 11, 12, 13.
Okay, so that's going to be with little or no restrictions for the most part, or is it be? It's
There
gonna
may
be
be-
live with whatever it is.
It'll align with whatever the California Department of Public Health and I guess County of San Diego have in place, if anything. If we go to a wide open scenario on June 15 with no restrictions, then it would conceivably have no restrictions, but it'll align with whatever restrictions are in place. But the statewide board felt comfortable enough that we could go ahead and
And this is the first live one in a year and a half? What's it, do you think?
A year,
Year.
gosh, yes,
Okay.
at least, yeah,
because their January one a year ago
right,
happened,
right.
Okay.
So if I was going to say about 15 months. Well,
except there wasn't anything in the middle.
no, that's true.
Yeah.
So, but we're really excited about doing it. So we think it's going to go well.
Thank you for the update.
Yeah, and by the way, and I believe that city staff has already sent around an email to everyone.
Yeah.
If I'm kind of looking for nods
Yep.
on that. So you've got all the information on that. I would encourage you to attend.
And you have to sign a COVID waiver.
And there is a COVID acknowledgement and waiver on it. And I just saw one yesterday for another event, so this is not unusual. Okay.
Thank you for the update.
Oh, you're welcome, Mr. Kildee. Any other comments from board members? Then I'm going to go ahead and adjourn this meeting of the Sanitary District.
I'll call the meeting of the Camarillo Successor Agency to order. Ask the record to reflect that all city council members are in attendance. Are there any amendments to this agenda?
No amendments.
Public comments. Is there anyone who would like to speak to the Successor Agency? No one came forward. Is there anybody on Zoom?
No.
Okay. Consent calendar.
Move to approve? I'll second.
There's a motion and a second to approve the consent calendar. Please vote. Motion carries unanimously. Okay, comments from staff? I'll take that as a no. Comments from board members?
I have one question, if you will.
Yes, Mr. Kildee.
Do we know how long they're going to have this agency, or is that just in perpetuity, or do we know? And if we don't, you don't have to answer today, maybe at a later date, just out of curiosity.
I thought it was till all of the redevelopment money, or former redevelopment money was spent.
Or at least until as long as the oversight board, the countywide oversight board remains in place. And I can't remember what the deadline for that terminating was.
Okay. That's all I have.
We could find out for you and get back to you.
Thank you.
Any other comments from board members? Council members, oh, sorry. Okay, the meeting of the successor agency is adjourned, and I will at the same time call the meeting of the Camarillo City Council to order. Ask the record to reflect that all council members are present. And we opened at 4:30 and went into a closed session. I'll ask the city attorney if he has anything to announce from that closed session.
Yeah, there's no reportable action from the closed session.
Thank you. Are there any amendments to this agenda?
I have.
No amendments.
Mr. Kildee, did you have
have a-
something?
When we get down to consent, are we there yet, by the way?
Well, this is the time to ask that something be pulled.
Yeah. I don't necessarily need it be pulled,
You just have a short question.
but I was, item P,
Okay, we're not there yet.
oh, we're not there yet, okay. Let me know when we're
But if you
here.
want to pull
Okay.
something, this is the time.
I don't need it pulled, I just have a
Okay.
question on it.
Okay, nothing. Okay, now we're at the consent
Are
calendar.
you ready now? Okay. I have a question on consent P, and I did call Mr. Klotzel earlier today. And my question was if he could maybe expand a little bit about, I know we're in design and whatnot, and whether or not at some point this will go out in a bidding process.
Yes, this item is the reclaimed water storage reservoir. The item here tonight is adopting the mitigated negative declaration, the environmental clearance for the project, which you're correct, is in design. And when that design is finished, we expect that to be towards the end of this calendar year. Then that bid package will be prepared and go out for competitive bidding for the construction.
Do we look, Dave, does it look like we'll get some interested parties in this? Is a field competitive, or is it kind of, it's pretty specialized too? And I know it's, I'm asking you to crystal ball it, but.
Right. No, we would expect there to be several interested parties. It's a sizable project, and there's plenty of qualified bidders out there that we hope for a good pool of bidders.
Okay. All right, that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, is there a motion on the consent calendar?
Move consent.
I'll second.
A motion and a second to approve the consent calendar, items A through T. Please vote. Motion carries unanimously. Next item, under discussion items, sheriff's new transparency dashboards. And Commander Tennyson will make the presentation.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council, staff, and committee. I am pleased to be able to take just a few minutes tonight to report on the new transparency dashboards that have been released as of yesterday on the sheriff's website at venturasheriff.org. These transparency dashboards have been about a year and a half in the making. We started working on these when we were looking for ways to report to our communities on the Racial Identity Profiling Act data that we started collecting in January. And as we started working on that project and that program, we decided that we wanted to find other things that we thought the public was going to be interested in that we could also put on our transparency dashboards. So I'd like to just take a couple minutes to show you what that looks like and how they work. So the sheriff's website has been updated. There is now a new transparency tab that one can click on. When you click on the transparency tile, the sheriff comes up with a message about the transparency dashboards and what we're looking to achieve. And there's also just a little quick written message as well. We go to the dashboards, and we have 3 different dashboards. We're going to be doing a little bit of rearranging on some of these things because we have truly 3 transparency dashboards, but we do have some other items related to transparency that we want to put on here. For example, this is a document that we created about a year ago on our hiring backgrounding that I gave a presentation to council on last year. So we'll be doing a little bit of rearranging, but these are the 3 primary dashboards that we are now displaying on here. This is a crime and traffic dashboard. This is a use of force dashboard, and this is RIPA, which is short for Racial and Identity Profiling Act. It's really easy. Once you click on one of these tiles, you go to a description of that specific dashboard and what is contained in the dashboard. That's pretty short, easy to understand description, and then you click on the green box that says go to the dashboard. And this dashboard takes us to a completely interactive dashboard. Now this dashboard on crime and traffic is one that presents all of our data since 1991. You can compare cities if you'd like, or you can look at just an individual city. You can look based on property crimes and based on violent crimes if you'd like. All of these are completely interactive. So let's look at our city of Camarillo. If we click on Camarillo, all the data changes. And up here we see all of our year's worth of data. It's all in, you can just scroll down, but it's our last data. And this is crimes per 1,000, which is what I present to you all when I report to you on our crime presentation every year. We also have an overall crime trend. So you can look at our crime trend from 1991 all the way up to 2000. And then we have, and it'll be easier to see as you all look at your desktop versions, but we have a breakdown here for Camarillo of the crimes we have, and it's specific to each type of crime. For example, arson, larceny, robbery, that sort of thing. I talked about this being completely interactive. Over here you have a crime for the selected cities. If you click on this, the other data over here will change to represent whatever you've clicked on. And simply clicking in the box goes back to the normal data set. So as I mentioned, you can toggle between violent crime and property crime. So you can look at our violent crime statistics. This breaks down the specific violent crimes that we have. Or you can toggle the property crime, which is what we have a lot more of in Camarillo. And if you click on it again, it goes to a combination of both. We also have a community crime report, which compares all of our cities. This overall dashboard compares cities and communities. So we have specific communities that people might live in. For example, if you live in El Rio, it's not a contract city, but we do keep crime statistics. So we have El Rio, we have Nyland Acres, we have Peru, not just all lumped together in one unincorporated Ventura County, but we have it lumped together by community. So if you want to compare communities, you can click on Camarillo and look at our dashboard and our stats, and if you want to compare that to the city of Thousand Oaks, we can compare to the city of Thousand Oaks, and then the comparisons show up down here in the various graphs as well. And finally, on this page, we have a traffic dashboard where you can look at all of the traffic statistics for the city of Camarillo. For example, how many citations we've written. And this data here is over 5 years right now. It's 2016 through 2020. If you wanted to look at individual years, you simply click on the year and it will change the data to the individual year. And if you want to go back out, you just click it again and you can see over 5 years how many citations we have, how many injury accidents, how many non-injury accidents. And again, all the data is completely interactive on this dashboard. I'll go back now to the use of force dashboard. We have a couple of things that we have on this dashboard. When you click the tab, the first thing it takes you to is a description about it, and then it takes you to a page that you can look at all the various tools that we have at our disposal if we should have to resort to using force. This is just a photographic representation, but if you want to click on any one of these photographs, like this one is for the taser, you can click on the green tab that says taser. There's a brief description of the taser that we use, and then you can go back to the dashboards. So let me showing up a little small here for me. So that's the use of force tools. So you can look through all the tools, and then if you'd like, you can go to the actual use of force dashboard. So let me back up, and now we'll go to the dashboard. So the use of force dashboard, again, it's the last 5 years of data for the Sheriff's Office for uses of force specifically. We've got a couple of categories across the top. This shows the number of total documented contacts. I haven't selected any city, so this is for all sheriff's jurisdictions in the last 5 years. I'd like to point out that this number is very conservative and very low. The reason it's that way is because how we counted that number is we said for every call for service, that's one contact. Well, every call for service involving a domestic violence usually has 2 contacts. A call for service, involving various crimes will have multiple contacts. So we only said 1 call for service equals 1 contact. This number is very conservative and likely very low. And in those 5 years for all sheriff's jurisdictions, these are the total number of arrests we have. We've also included in our use of force all of the uses of force that happen in our custody facilities. So our Todd Road Jail and our pretrial detention facility uses of force are also included in here. And because we included our detention services division, we also included the total number of bookings that have been brought into our jail in whatever time period you select. And then this is the total number of uses of force we've had. Now, we have 2 different numbers that we'll represent here. Number 1 is the use of force incidents. That's the number of incidents that have involved a use of force. We also have a number that is the different types of use of force that have occurred during those incidents. One incident could involve multiple uses of force, so those numbers won't necessarily add up. We've broken down our use of force by non-deadly, intermediate, and deadly force. And there's a sliding bar down here that you can change to pick how many years data you want to look at. Again, just like the other ones over here, you can select a city. And when you select a city, all the data changes. So you see here in Camarillo, in 5 years, we had conservatively 210,000 contacts with the public, 14,500 arrests, and 448 uses of force. You can drill down even further into this dashboard by double-clicking on, if you want to know the non-deadly uses of force, double-click on the non-deadly use of force, and it lists all of the uses of force that we've had, a non-deadly and the number. I would like to point out that most agencies do not include pointing a taser and pointing a firearm as a use of force. They don't report that. It's not a reportable use of force for most agencies. It is for us. So if you look to compare our numbers to another agency, which we don't do here, that would be, you would have our number, you'd have to go elsewhere to find their number. I want people to note that most agencies do not report pointing of a firearm or pointing of a taser. And you can see the highest number of uses of force for us is pointing of a firearm. So most agencies, that's a pretty large number that they take out. So to know that you're comparing apples to apples, you have to know what most agencies, what they report as a use of force. So you can drill all the way down here into the different types of force. If you want to go back, you can just click that button and you go back, and now we've looked at intermediate levels of force. These are, in each one with the number is in there, and again, you can click through any of the cities and look at this data for any of the cities. If you click out of that, it goes right back to all sheriff's office. We also have a tab here that allows you to compare jurisdictions. So if you want to compare the city of Camarillo and the city of Fillmore, you'll be able to compare those by different colored bar charts. You can narrow it down further by looking at non-deadly force. If you want to look at non-deadly force, and the categories for those are what we showed on the previous slide. And then last tab on use of force is officer-involved shootings. And this officer-involved shooting tab goes all the way back to 1965. And it details the race of the person involved in the OIS and the race of the officers involved in the OIS. It lists what city was involved, so you can either click the city here, or you can go down here. Right now, we've selected all shootings for all Ventura County jurisdictions from 1965 until now. And so there's a list down here that you can scroll through. If you want to look at just Camarillo, again, all of the data changes, and you can look at just Camarillo's. And there's a number of different data points that are collected here. Eventually, there's this section here that says notes. Eventually, we'll be putting links to body-worn camera footage that we have from these shootings. So, for example, you saw the sheriff released back in the October officer-involved shooting. He released a video that put a body-worn camera out there for the public to see. Eventually, that'll be linked here as well. So these are all of your uses of force that you can drill down into. And then the last one I'd like to point out is the racial and identity profiling data. Let's see if I get a better way to get to that. So this is our RIPA data. Again, the first landing screen is a description of what RIPA is. It just details what we're required to collect pursuant to the AB 953, the law, and then you can go into the dashboard. And on this dashboard, we've put some things on here that were not required by the DOJ, or that we were not required to collect by the DOJ. We have created a space that allows for us to tell a little bit more, add a little bit more context. So we have the demographics of the population of whatever community you've selected. If you don't select any specific community, as I mentioned before, it's all jurisdictions served by the sheriff's office. So all of our contract cities and all of our unincorporated area. We also listed the data of suspect ethnicity, arrestee ethnicity, and victim ethnicity because we think that provides a little bit more context and a little bit more of the complete picture. This information here on suspect ethnicity is provided to us by the victims. It's not something we come up with when we go to a crime. If a victim tells us it's a white male, that's how we collect that data. Oftentimes you'll see the largest category here, about 37%, is unknown because it's a crime that might happen in the middle of the night that they have no clue who the suspect might be. And so then you go down here, and this is actually where the data that we've collected so far. As of today, the data here is just January and February. We'll be, in another day or two, we'll be getting March and April, and eventually the data will be updated within the first week after the month is collected. So it'll be live. So for January and February, we can see we have conducted 9,000 stops that required a RIPA collection. And from those, this is the perceived ethnicity. If you all remember, the law requires us to guess at somebody's ethnicity and guess at the other demographics. We are prohibited from asking or from using a driver's license to determine, looking up an old report. We're not allowed to do that. So these are guesses. Each ethnicity here is color-coded, and one of the things we really like about this is when you click on any one of these, all the data over here changes as well to represent whatever filter you've set. So here at the top, you can see what filters we have. We have from January 1st to the end of February, and I just clicked on the category of white subjects who were stopped, and all the reasons for the stop, the actions taken during the stop, and the result of the stop all change. You can continue to filter even further by clicking a category, and when you do that, everything else below, all that data changes. You can drill down even further if you'd like, and again, the data changes. If you want to back up, you just go up here and you X out the little gray boxes. Your data changes back to the original where it was before. And we've added just a couple of other questions to this and a couple of other filters. One thing the DOJ did not ask about with this law is whether or not a deputy even had a clue of the demographics before they made a stop. We think that's part of the picture and part of the story that should be told. So we created a filter and we added a question to our collection app that says, could you perceive any demographics prior to the stop? And when you do that, all the data changes. So for anyone that somebody could perceive a demographic prior to the stop, out of the 9,000, it was about 1,600 where they could perceive it. And then all the data changes for that filter that was set. And we also have one here that asks, was the RIPA collection in response to a call? In other words, we don't have a choice. We go to calls for service. That's not our choice. And so we want to know if that stop and that contact was made in response to a call. And so when you click on that data, all the data changes. So this is fully interactive. Again, up at the top, you can select a community up here. So if you want to look at Camarillo, we can look at Camarillo City. All the demographics change, and as do then the demographics down here. So in January and February, we had 2,000 detentions in Camarillo that required a RIPA collection. And then all of the reasons, actions taken during, and results of stop all change as well. And this is completely interactive. Anywhere on here, you can click on one category, and everything else changes to represent that category. And if you need to keep track of what filters you've put in place, you just go up here and look. And if you want to back up, you just hit X, it backs up, and you go right back to where you were before. So we're really proud of this. We put a lot of work into this. The sheriff's goal has been to continue building trust, to maintain the trust that we've built in our community, and he wants to do that in part through the transparency that we bring forward with these dashboards. And we've shown this to a number of groups throughout the county and even throughout the state, and all feel like we hit the mark on this one. Now, we are going to let this go for a while, and if there are some suggestions that people make that we think are something we can do, this may change a little bit, but we're going to let this go and be available to the public for quite a while before we make any changes to it. And with that, I would be happy to entertain any questions you might have.
Any questions? Sean?
Thank you, Commander. Is this compatible with mobile browsers, or is it only desktop browsers?
That's something that came up yesterday when we released it. It is compatible with mobile browsers. You have to turn off block cookies, and you have to turn off prevent cross-site tracking. It's not easy to view on a mobile. I tried it on my iPhone after I changed those settings. it's kind of pointless, to be honest with you. There's a lot of data here. If this is best viewed from a PC or from a laptop.
To clarify some, or just to reiterate something you said, you guys will update this on a monthly basis, at least a week after the previous month is closed.
For the RIPA data, it will be,
Okay.
it will be updated. The other data sources, like the use of force, the officer-involved shootings, hopefully we don't ever have to update the officer-involved shootings because we don't want that to happen. We'd love this to be where it is for good. But that would be updated, as a situation dictates. If another one occurs, we would update it in there that way. The use of force data will be updated at the end of the year.
And do you guys have any plans on, as of right now, I mean, I know you just launched it yesterday, I think,
Yes.
in expanding upon this, or have you guys talked internally about if you want to build upon this in a more complex or way?
Yeah, I'm certain these will not look the same a year or two from now that they look right now. We ended up working with a worldwide analytics company called SAS. You can see their logo up there. Their specialty is in making sense of tremendous amounts of data in a way that's easy to understand, that's easy to interact with, and I think, you've seen that from what I've shown you so far, and I hope you take the time to go look at it, because you'll see that the way they've done it, the way they've helped us lay out that data, and it is a tremendous amount of data that we've got in working behind the scenes. They're really good at it. So we do see opportunities to expand on this.
And then last question, if I might, do you see opportunities to where the data, I don't know to what extent you guys were able to internally visualize this and be able to see it prior to utilizing it in the dashboard setting, but do you anticipate that this kind of data might help inform decisions or policies or how you guys perform your job?
Yeah, without a doubt. There are budgetary means where we could display data from budgets, from our overtime usage to find out where our overtime's going to, where we're spending a lot of our time. We will use some of this internally as well to identify problems if we see, issues pop up. But it is because, as it stands now, all this data is in a giant Excel spreadsheet or CSV sheet, and it's impossible to analyze that data. This makes it really easy to figure out what's happening.
All right, thank you.
Susan?
Okay, a couple questions. What are the requirements for a RIPA collection?
So every single detention that occurs or a consensual encounter that results in a search requires a RIPA collection.
So give me an example of what would not be.
A traffic stop, where I stop a driver for committing a traffic violation, is a detention. That would require a RIPA contact or a RIPA collection. If that driver has 3 passengers in the car with him and we don't interact with those 3 passengers at all, we do 1 RIPA contact for the driver. Now let's say the driver's on probation for stealing things and we decide we want to do a probation search. If we ask all 4 of those people to get out of the car and have a seat on the curb while we search the driver and search the car, now we have to do 4 RIPAs because we've technically detained the other 3 people in the car. Consensual contacts that don't result in a search obviously aren't required. Probation and parole searches, where the subject who is the person on probation or parole, if we contact them at their home, we don't have to do a RIPA collection. If we contact them in the public, we do have to do a RIPA collection. Kind of an odd quirk to the law, but that's just one of the requirements. So there is a long list of times where we have to do them, and there's a lot of exemptions. In a mass casualty or let's say an active shooter incident where we're checking cars to make sure no bad guys inside, and we're actually detaining somebody, that does not require a RIPA collection. Security screening at a building routine security screening at a building does not require RIPA collection. So there's a long list of what does and what doesn't.
And just for people that are watching at home, there's no data before the first of this year because it wasn't collected
Yeah,
in
that's
this way,
correct.
right?
That's just for RIPA.
Okay.
Yep.
And I kind of wanted to just add on to what Sean said about, using this to inform that, I hope that as it's growing and as it gets tweaked and that it's used, at a regular basis in some way to review and use that data. But other than that, do you remember that list that I think I gave you? I don't know, 9-10 months ago, and
Yes, I do.
I was so interested in so many little details, and this is like everything. So I mean, you've blown me away. This is just really great work, and it's so nice to be able to go in, and it's user-friendly. I use a system at work that it's not like I can't click on what I want and get what I want. So I'm really impressed. I think this is great work. I think this speaks volumes about transparency and what you're trying to do with our community, and I appreciate your work and the entire organization, so
And
thank you.
and if I could say too, I encourage people to go, the DOJ has their own website for RIPA. And I encourage people to go look at the DOJ's website and look at our website and make decisions on their own about how easy and user-friendly it is. And I would also be remiss, our crime analysis unit, the Sheriff's Crime Analysis Unit, had a huge hand in developing this. So they did the lion's share of the work in developing these dashboards with SAS.
Kudos to them.
I know there are other questions, but you mentioned the website. For anybody at home who doesn't know, could you please give the website?
It's www.venturasheriff.org.
Thank you. Kevin?
Yeah, Eric, do you know about how long it took to develop this?
We've been at this for over a year.
And this company that you chose, are they mutually exclusive to policing, or are they international? Or
They are an international company. They work in finance industry and banking. You know, they work with a lot of the finance companies. When you get a call that your credit card was used somewhere that's not supposed to be used, it's because they have analytics from companies like this running in the background that have put all the pieces together and say this is not normal. So they look for anomalies, and this company works all around the country doing, or around the world, I should say, doing analytics.
And then when there are updates, Eric, will they instigate the updates, or does the sheriff's department instigate that?
As part of our agreement with them, they're going to be doing some knowledge sharing with us. So eventually, our crime analysts will be able to create these dashboards all on their own. And we have some dashboards internally that our crime analysis has already created that are every bit as good as these. So our crime analysis unit, I tell you, they are fantastic, and they're already on board creating new dashboards for us.
Okay. Thank you. Good work.
Okay, thank you very much. Excellent presentation. What's left on the early section of our agenda is new business oral communications, information items which do not require action. I'll start with Mr. Kildee.
Oh, okay. All right. Bear with me for just a second.
Oh, I'm
here.
sorry. I was, never mind why. City manager,
No comments at this time,
Fair, thank
Mayor,
you.
thank you.
city attorney.
I have no comments either, so it's okay that you skipped us.
Now, Mr. Kildee.
Okay. My turn now? Okay. All right. Okay, so meetings attended May 20th for VRSD. I missed the investment committee meeting, and Councilmember Santangelo filled in, or didn't fill in. She was there and did an admirable job. As far as the meetings, that's all I have. I have a question of staff about the project on Daily Drive in Calle La Roda and how that's going. Is anybody here? I know I can make a report on it if anybody else. I think it's going great. There was a city employee that actually came by the store today and gave me his business card and said that there's going to be some night work for the next couple of nights. So I have to say that it appears to me that the contractor is doing a very good job, and my understanding is that it is on target. And I think Mrs. Craven will talk about perhaps who we want to adjourn in the memory tonight, so I'll leave that to Mrs. Craven. And with that, that's all I have.
Tony.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. For meetings attended since May 12, the May 13 board meeting for the California Association of Sanitation Agencies, and actually, thank you, Mr. Kildee, because I was going to make the announcement about that in-person August 11 to 13 conference. So anyway, we made that decision. On that same day, I listened to the Ventura County Airport Master Plan Public Workshop. On May 14, I had an executive committee meeting and a contract operations maintenance safety meeting with Metrolink, so 2 committee meetings, and a Fox Canyon GMA special board meeting. On May 18th, the mayor and I had a meeting with Assemblymember Irwin regarding proposed state legislation. I also had a Fox Canyon GMA fiscal committee special meeting. On May 19, last week, we had our city council meeting for a preliminary review of the 2021-22 fiscal year budget. And today, May 26, prior to the council meeting, had yet another Fox Canyon GMA board meeting. So I guess there's a pattern there, but in any event, it's a busy time for Fox Canyon GMA. And that's it for me for this evening.
And I'm glad you're attending those GMA meetings.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Mr. Mulchay.
All right. Meetings attended Friday, May 14th, Citizen Appointment Committee with Ms. Santangelo. Monday, May 17th, C2CI Site and Finance Authority. Wednesday, May 19th, also had a Citizen Appointment Committee, again, and I do it with Ms. Santangelo. I do want to say that of all the, I've sat on this committee once before, the first year after I was elected. And I was really impressed with the applications and the resumes that we got this year. There was a really a great bunch to select from for the open positions. And so I was really blown away by just the sheer competency and great fit that a lot of the applicants had for what they were applying for. Also, Wednesday, May 19th, we had a budget study session over the library with all of you. Skip something. Oh, Thursday, May 20th, attended an EDC General Board meeting. And then I just like to say yesterday, May 25th, I got my second vaccine shot. So I am vaxxed. Really. Last one in my family, because it's a family of teachers and doctors, so they were all first, and I had to wait my turn. But I'm really proud to have gotten the second vaccine. And then just 2 quick announcements. The city's already announced it, but I just like to plug it because it's a little thing, but to a lot of people it's a big thing. And that the city will, or not the city, but E.J. Harrison will be collecting all 3 barrels. That's your yard waste, your trash, and your recycling every week. As opposed to before, it was recycling every 2 weeks. And for a lot of people, that is really exciting, particularly those who might have Amazon boxes piling up in their living room. So very excited. Wife is very happy. And as of, and I'm sure you'll hear more about this in the coming week or so, it was formally announced as of 4:50 p.m. today. An email went out from Director Kip Turner it's a county airport director, and that the Department of Airports has formally announced a 1-year pause in the airport master planning process, and after that 1 year, they will discuss or conclude whether they can and or should resume the process. So it appears that there's a pause. So I'm sure there'll be a lot more reporting and information coming out on that in the next week or so. So, and that is it. I did want to say I asked my questions of the police commander, but I didn't make didn't get to make my comments, and I just want to say that I applaud the efforts for increased transparency. Not only does it help you guys better inform the way you guys conduct your job and who's getting stopped, but it also does a great deal of service in informing the public. Where there wasn't a lot of information before, people felt like there wasn't a lot of information. So I know it means a great deal to a lot of people in the public. So hats off. And that was it.
Okay, Ms. Santangelo.
The picking up of the recycling every week, it's a hit when the moms of Camarillo are so happy. So big hit. Meetings attended. May 14th, Citizen Appointment Committee. May 19th, CPA Executive Committee. May 19th, Citizen Appointment Committee again. And I agree with what Mr. Mulchay has said, and I want to thank everybody that did come, or that submitted an application and then came in for an interview. We appreciate the time and the effort, and equally impressed with the competence and the skills they brought, but also just with the desire to want to serve our community. So thank you to all of them. May 19th was also the budget study session, and May 25th was the investment committee. I have to put a little plug in on May 13th. Commander Tennyson and I graduated from Ventura County Leadership Academy, Cohort 26, virtually the best. Hats off. Hats off to Patty Braga for a really great program, and what a way to bring leaders of our community together to learn about what we do, both, personally and in our professional lives, and how we're active in our communities. And it's just a fantastic way to get to know more about the place we live and work and the people who live and work here. So, great experience. Couple things about CPA. Just wanted to mention that the CPA received a Policy Leadership Award for its ongoing work in centering equity in the delivery of clean energy throughout Southern California. So that was a really nice award to get and to be recognized for. And then as we're coming into the summer months, we're trying to remind everybody that there are ways to help save energy usage and save a little bit of money. And if you go to the CPA website, you can see these programs, but there are programs for people with smart thermostats and battery energy storage. That's for residential. And then for commercial, industrial, and municipal customers, there are programs if you have electric vehicle charging, battery energy storage as well. So I would encourage everybody to take a look at those and see how you can sign up for those programs. And there are also even better incentives if you're in the CARE or the FARA program.
Could you tell people what that website is?
CPA, no.
Yeah.
I actually have to look it up. I don't know what
Okay.
it is. I don't know if it's just cpa.org or not. But I will tell you by the time you're done talking. How's
Okay,
that?
thank you.
And I will leave the adjournment to you as well. I think we're all same page.
First thing I need to do is report my attendance at meetings. The CASA State Ledge Committee meeting on the 21st, the CASA the Contract Cities Association Ledge Committee today. I attended a morning session of the Airport Master Plan Advisory Committee. And with the way, I'm just going to say, with the way that committee meeting went, I am glad they're putting a pause on it, because there were no questions. It was like, do you still beat your wife? Very pointed questions. You answered them the way they wanted to be answered. It did not get, and the purpose of the meeting was trying to get what the community wanted. And I will tell you, people in Ventura might care whether there's a commercial passenger service and cargo service airport here, but as far as I'm concerned, the community affected by the airport is Camarillo, because we are the people that those planes fly over. And I'll leave it at that. I attended the Cal State Channel Islands Site Authority meeting to make sure that the city of Camarillo recognized Jim Considine as he left office. Jim and I were on the original site authority, and I left the site authority, I think, about 4 or 5 years ago. Jim is just now leaving it. I think the significance of Jim having been on that committee, on the site authority, is that he was the president of the Board of Trustees, whatever it's called. I don't speak Cal State University in their hierarchy, but whatever system they have, he was the chairman of the board at the time that Governor Wilson announced that Camarillo State Hospital was going to close. And there were a citizens committee that started a real lobbying effort in Camarillo. and we had little postcards, yellow and orange. And the yellow one said, yes, I do want a state university here, and they were to be sent, they were pre-addressed to Mr. Considine and his board, and also to the governor's office. And then the orange ones you could send if you did not want a state university here. And both Jim and the governor's office told me they got very, very few orange ones, but they got, the governor's office put them in stacks 3 feet tall, and when they got the whole table full, they stopped keeping them. So he knew what the people of Camarillo wanted, and so did Mr. Considine. And so this never went through the legislature as a bill. The way it happened was the Governor Wilson put it in his budget that summer, in the May revise, that it was going to be, money was going to be taken away from Camarillo State Hospital, and he immediately put money in to start California State University at Camarillo. So it was good to see Mr. Considine again, and it was good to be able to recognize his service to Camarillo, to CSU's Camarillo. Okay, you're just going to have to bear with me. I got several things here. This is Building and Safety Month. So May is Building and Safety Month. It's a special month of the year where we have the opportunity to recognize our Building and Safety Division here at the City of Camarillo. The month is dedicated to raising awareness about the importance of building codes and the role of building safety professionals in ensuring that our communities remain safe, sustainable, and resilient. This year's theme is Prevent, Prepare, Protect, Building Codes, and Save. And so, here's a glimpse into the work that they did in the year 2020. 2,627 building permits were issued, 5,744 inspections were conducted. That's averaging 23 per day, and 261 solar permits were issued. So that's that. And then last week was Public Works Week, and this is the second year in about 10 that we have recognized Public Works Week. And staff put together a wonderful video that goes through all the different divisions of our Public Works Department. It features employees proudly showing people what they do. I think the video was just excellent. And it can be seen on the city's website if you go to www.cityofcamarillo.org, and then you click on City Scene TV page, and you can click on the video. It's an excellent video for anybody who wants to see exactly what our Public Works Department does, and it's a very well done. I think kids would enjoy it too. At the Contract Cities Ledge Committee meeting today, I learned about ACA 7, Murat Suchi, I believe his name is. And that bill would give all municipalities, counties and cities, their powers back that the state have taken away if the cities so choose. I haven't heard of this before, so I would like maybe to, and the constitutional amendments go through a different process than the bills, so this won't be coming up till June or July. But I would like staff to take a look at it and see if we need to support that when the time comes. It sounded to me like it was something we did. And finally, at the end of the meeting, I believe council would be in agreement to close in the memory of Suzanne Kitchens. Suzanne served as a Pleasant Valley School District Board trustee from 2009 to the present, and she just recently passed away, so we will adjourn in her memory when the time comes. Is there anything else under comments? Yes?
The website for Clean Power Alliance is cleanpoweralliance.org. And if you're looking for the programs I was talking about, it's the Power Response Programs.
Okay, thank you. Okay, anything else? Okay, we will recess until 7 o'clock, when we will come back for all of our public hearings. Call the Camarillo City Council meeting back to order and ask the record to reflect that all council members are present. Tonight's meeting is being held in a hybrid format, both in person in council chambers and virtually via Zoom. The council chambers are open to the public. Public attendance requires compliance with COVID-19 protocols, including social distancing and properly wearing a face covering while in the city facilities. The meeting is also broadcast on the local government channels, Spectrum Channel 10, Frontier Channel 29, and live streamed on the city's YouTube channel. Public comments may be made in person in council chambers or by joining the Zoom webinar. Detailed instructions regarding public participation are provided in the posted agendas. For each item of business, each public hearing, we will hear first from the public in the chambers and then from the public that's participating via Zoom. So next on the agenda is public comments. I have several cards. If you are on the Zoom audience and would like to make public comments, please raise your hand so the city clerk will be able to tell me who will be speaking via Zoom and get that set up. In addition, I need to say that each speaker has 3 minutes. There's a clock. You can see the countdown. I can see the countdown on the television screen. And when it gets to 1 minute remaining, there will be a tone and a yellow signal will show. And then when your time is up, there'll be a louder tone and a red light will come on. And I will enforce, I do enforce it evenly. I don't believe it's fair to allow some people to continue while other people follow the protocol and stop at the end of 3 minutes. So that being said, the first card is Brandy Sisting. And I can't see where the microphone is, but pull it down so that you can speak into it and then we can all hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak today. I'd like to review what has happened in the last 14 months due to the government's response to the Chinese virus. Our liberties have been violated, and we see how this was done. First, state and executive orders by Governor Newsom. Second, the Ventura County Board of Supervisors and the health director enforced the state mandates and restrictions. Ventura County accepted money from the CARES Act, which assisted in enforcement. Third, the city, specifically addressing the city of Camarillo, enforced the county mandates, restrictions through policing, and businesses were subject to fines for not complying. Yes, we the people are awake and understand what has transpired. That brings me to 2 items I want to address that directly or indirectly affect your governance as city council members. The first is that the county and the city are no longer under a local health emergency, as stated by California HSC 101080. You, as elected officials, continue to support this state of emergency and are responsible for any harm to the city and its citizens. There has been much harm both economically and psychologically to our great city. There is no emergency. The second item is vaccine passport mandates. The Ventura County Board of Supervisors says that they will not enforce vaccine passports. But what about the City Council? You have supported and enforced Ventura County mandates for the past 14 months. We the people want the city, is that 1 minute?
1 minute.
Okay. We the people want the City Council of Camarillo to denounce any support or agreement to vaccine passports. This would include having any business establishment, educational institution, place of business, or event venues. None of these should require vaccine passports. We ask the city pass a resolution or proclamation as follows per above. I love the city, and as a senior, do not want my rights to be violated. Thank you for governing with integrity and keeping Camarillo a great place to live.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next card I have is, I believe it's Hisu Whitten. If anyone else would like to talk to us who hasn't turned in a card, yes, there's a box right up there on the rail. Just fill out the card and deposit it, and then I call people in the order in which I receive the cards. Yes, sir, you're on.
Good evening. Was anybody up at 5 a.m. this morning? Did you see the eclipse? It was a lunar eclipse, very powerful, auspicious time. This is a very important time in human history and the history of this country. About 100 of us went to the Board of Supervisor meeting last week to ask that the board pass a resolution protecting us from businesses requiring proof of vaccination. And Linda Park said, with a straight face, we can't tell businesses what to do. Is that not funny? They've spent the whole year telling businesses what to do. Many businesses are already requiring vaccination as a condition of employment. We the people are looking to local government to pass resolutions similar to Texas Senate Bill 1669. The bill's author, Senator Hall, states, "This bill prohibits vaccine mandates, whether public or private, and prohibits all discrimination in rights of access restrictions based on vaccination status or proof of immunity. This bill will prevent any type of discrimination or segregation based on vaccine or immunity status. If you have chosen not to take a particular vaccine, this bill will ensure that you can get or keep your job and your access to government and private services. It is not my goal with this bill to invade further on private businesses. However, the chief responsibility and constitutional role of our government is to protect the rights of the individual. It is not to treat unvaccinated individuals as if they are sick or morally wrong. If the purpose of a vaccine passport is to protect the public, shouldn't it have to be proven that the vaccinated are less likely to get and spread COVID? That somehow the vaccinated are less dangerous to society? Have you seen those studies? So does the vaccine stop infection and transmission or even reduce deaths? None of those metrics were part of the studies. What we do know is that 8 Yankee players got COVID after being fully vaccinated. We do know that 99.9% of people under 70 survive COVID. How's this vaccine going to improve on that? According to VAERS, this vaccine has killed more people than all vaccines combined over the past 27 years. Please pass a resolution preventing businesses to discriminate against people who choose not to vaccinate. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Lorena Sauratari. I apologize.
Before my time starts, can I pass this information?
Certainly. And be sure to pull the microphone down a little bit so we can hear you.
Okay. So I highlighted some portions in there so that you can read, and I know that some of it cannot be written. You cannot read right now because the print is too small, but I entitled my speech, How Ventura Board of Supervisors and Cities Are Sleeping in Vaccine Passports. Exhibit 8, if you have my paper, Rochelle Walensky, CDC president, told the NBC the vaccine mandates will be locally, not federally driven. So that means you're going to implement it. So it comes from her, not from me. Exhibit B, business owner. This is Mrs. Ashley communicating with the business owner. So Mrs. Ashley, for you who don't know her, she is the public relations person for the Ventura Board of Supervisors. So she's talking to a business owner, I think it was either Instagram or I don't know exactly how, and he was questioning Mrs. Ashley about, I'm assuming it was regarding the vaccine verification status. So Exhibit C, I highlighted, Mrs. Ashley Bautista responded to this person. In California, there is nothing in the law that prohibits a business from requesting proof of vaccination in order for a patron to enter or receive services. Actually, that is not true. She violated California Health and Safety Code 24-171, the right of individuals to determine what is done to their bodies, and Code 24-172, be given the opportunity to decide what to consent or not to consent to a medical experiment without the intervention of any element of force, fraud, deceit, duress, coercion, or undue influence of the subject's decision. Exhibit D, Mrs. Ashley Bautista says, so in a nutshell, you can request proof of vaccination if you choose to do so. That's against the law, I just say that. Exhibit F, Mrs. Ashley Bautista says, vaccination is an individual's choice. How is that a choice when they are putting the businesses to police people regarding the vaccine? Exhibit G, directly on the California website provided links on the daily COVID-19 emails that still get sent. It is called Beyond the Blueprint of Ventura County Recovers. They even provide details, description of how even venues should provide separate seating areas for vaccinated and non-vaccinated people, individuals. Yes, you did not misread that. You won't even be allowed into certain venues unless you are provided negative tests or agree to take one there on the spot. Even parents and children will have to be separated if any child the state deems eligible for vaccine has not received one. Yes, so a 12-year-old and 6th grade girl or boy could be sent alone to sit some other section for the separate, unsafe, unacceptable ones. When has separate but equal ever been equal? This is the beginning of vaccine passport implementation. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Carol Grove.
Hi, and thank you all for all the work that you do for our city. I became aware of the council for an issue in my local community and didn't really even realize what a council did. So I appreciate all your hard efforts and for allowing us, the people, to express our opinions. My points on this vaccine issue are more humanitarian and medical. I'm a retired doctor, and when all the commotion started over a year ago, it was prudent to be concerned and take health measures. I even bought one of those ultraviolet ones to sanitize my kitchen counters and things, which is something I probably should have done anyway. But if you listen to the mainstream media, people were dropping down dead in the streets and the hospitals were overrun, and we now know that that is not true. In fact, the CDC itself said that 6%, and now they've lowered that to 5% of the deaths attributed to this deadly virus is only 5%. People died with the virus, not from the virus. So if you take what happened here in the county and divide that by 20, those are the true numbers. The bottom line, we've learned a lot, and whether this has been manufactured or whether it's real, that's neither here nor there. But my concern is what we are doing to our population. We've instilled fear. People are running around fearful, and that's a very low vibration and a very sad place to operate from. And what we have done to our children, and I see small children with masks on, and this limits them from being able to breathe, and it can cause irreversible damage. And the olfactory nerve, which is smell, is the one that's directly related to emotion. and it's hard to smell through a mask. So, and also, part of early childhood development is recognizing facial expressions, and they are being deprived of that, both in school and just in general, in the public. Going on to vaccines. Everybody should have a choice of what they want to do. I would tell my patients, if you have cancer, for example, there are 3 things, and I won't go into that are that are paid for by your insurance, and then there's alternative things that you can do. Why we are requiring people, it seems like, to have a poison injection, whether they want it or not, is unconscionable. I'm a healthy person. I'm 76 years old. I've never had a flu shot. I've not been sick. I took care of sick people for 30 years, and I did not contract anything from those people because I have a healthy immune system. So my proposal is to perhaps promote how people can...
Thank you very much.
Immune system. Thank you.
The next card is from Kevin Daly.
Good evening. As a concerned citizen, I am concerned that Camarillo City Council is pressuring businesses in the city to require people entering to show their vaccine card and photo ID in order to enter without a mask. If the City Council is indeed pressuring people to get the COVID-19 vaccine by pressuring businesses to require those to enter without a mask to show proof of vaccine and ID, for proof the City Council members are exceeding their legal authority. I personally know 4 people who have been physically injured by the virus and 2 that have died from the COVID-19 vaccine. One was a Camarillo resident. As a concerned citizen, I ask that the Camarillo City Council would draft a resolution that they would not pressure local businesses or require local businesses to require those entering local businesses without a mask to show proof of vaccination and a photo ID. California Health and Safety Code 24171 states, this is and will continue to be a growing need for protection for citizens of the state from unauthorized, needless, hazardous, or negligently performed medical experiments on human beings. It further states, it is therefore the intent of the legislature in the enacting of this chapter to provide minimum statutory protection for the citizens of the state with regard to human experimentation and to provide penalties for those who violate such provision. I request as a concerned citizen that you would adopt a resolution stating that you will not require a vaccine passport to enter businesses, nor will you coerce or pressure businesses to do so the way that the County Board of Supervisors is doing so. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Victoria Young.
Hi, good evening.
Good evening.
I didn't
Just
expect-
pull the microphone down.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Is that better?
Yeah.
I didn't expect to get to be here tonight, so I had submitted a comment via email. It did go in a little bit after the deadline, so since my plans changed tonight, I thought I would just take a moment and show up to talk to you guys in person, and I'm just going to read the email that I had provided since it came to you a little bit late. So thank you so much. I'm here tonight as a 27-year resident of this beautiful city to share my extreme opposition to any vaccine verification plans that may be floating around the city of Camarillo, may possibly be coming from the Board of Supervisors or any other local government or community offices, requiring anyone in our city to share private medical information or take any medical treatments to obtain permission to get to freely work, freely shop, eat, gather, recreate, receive an education, community services, or medical attention is invasive, it's illegal, it's unconstitutional, and it's unethical. Likewise, requiring any businesses, schools, places of work, or event venues to ensure proof of vaccination or a negative COVID test in order to maintain their occupancy levels or to have an open status is also wrong on all the above mentioned grounds. There are also private and personal situations that I'd love for you to consider. What happens if someone has been consulting with their doctor and their doctor has advised them not to get this vaccine? What about those who have pre-existing conditions that would only be exacerbated by this vaccine, so they're choosing for themselves not to get it and take that risk? What about someone who's already had COVID, they've fully recovered from it, they have active antibodies, they have natural T cells, which are better equipped to fight the virus without an added injection? None of these people would even fall into the category of being an anti-vaxxer, but all would be labeled that way and be assumed to be such. Personal liberty and medical freedom are ours for a reason. Council members, you are the ones here in the city of Camarillo who've been elected to be our servant leaders. I ask all of you now to lead by declaring a resolution effective immediately to ban all vaccine status disclosures, verifications, or COVID testings for anyone who lives or visits here. This is a rush to a new type of identification and segregation, and it needs to be stopped now. It will continue to divide us, stir up anger, resentment, and dissension at a time when we need to honor each other, heal from our losses, and work together to build back the vibrancy of our beautiful community after all that we've already overcome this past year. Thank you so much. I appreciate your service, all the time that you put in on our behalf, and I would anxiously await you guys to take positive action on this.
Thank you. That's all the cards I have. Is there anyone else in the council chambers who'd like to speak to us? Okay, I see no one coming forward. I'll ask the city clerk if there's anyone on Zoom who would like to speak to us.
We do have one person on Zoom, and it's Matt Lorimer.
Okay. Is his hand up? Not quite. Just a minute, Matt.
How can we increase the volume? Can you speak up, Matt?
No, they're going to have, hang on, please. I can hear you in the distance, but you're not on the microphone, so.
Can you speak again, Matt?
Yes, can you hear me?
Now we can hear you.
Okay.
Okay, very good. You're on.
Okay. Good evening, City Council. Good evening to my family, friends. Tonight I have something important to discuss. I think it's an important thing that the City Council should put it on a future agenda item. I think it's very important. Let's call it patterns and trends. The West Coast, if you look at Oregon, crime is up 800%. The city of Los Angeles, crime is up 26%. The district attorney is up for recall. Open borders. Drugs are flowing in. Recently, the state of Texas seized enough drugs for basically everybody in the state of Maine. Currently, the city council has the sheriff's department speak about crime statistics once a year. As a concerned citizen and as a person who cares about the people, and this is going to be an ongoing problem, I believe the city should review this policy and actually have a report on crime every 4 months. Why? Because we don't want to wait until there's a problem. I think it's very important that we're up to date and we understand when these issues do hit, and I believe they will hit the city. It's going to flow over. There's problems. The city's already experienced some problems. But the point is, you are representatives of the people. And nobody would look at a problem once a year and have the sheriff's department come and speak once a year. It should be every 4 months. Why? Because it's trending. The trend is not good. And the point is, you can't affect change unless you're aware of what those circumstances are, whether they're burglary, whether they're, involve somebody dying, speed, or drugs in the community. The way to respond to this is to be engaged. You can't be engaged, and your community can't be engaged if you're only getting a report once a year. So as a city council, I urge you to really consider about having a report every 4 months. It would cost the city no money. It would show a very caring and a better understanding of the environment that we face in the current situation going on on the West Coast. And you're right next to the city of Los Angeles. Again, 26% is not good because you know it's going to flow over your way. So thank you for your time and have a good evening.
Thank you. Is there anyone else on Zoom with their hand up for public comments?
No.
Okay. That's it for public comments, and we'll move on to the public hearings. We have 3 public hearings tonight. The first one is Camarillo Landscape Maintenance District Zones 1 through 10, resolution ordering levy and collection of assessments. Could we have the staff report, please?
Yes, thank you, Mayor and council members. This public hearing has been set to consider approving annual assessments for the cost of landscape maintenance for zones 2 through 10 of the Camarillo Landscape Maintenance District. There is no special assessment for Zone 1, which is the city's initial maintenance district formed as a tax district, where a portion of property taxes are allocated for landscape maintenance in this zone, as opposed to a special assessment like the other 9 zones. This is an annual process to review the landscape maintenance costs and current assessments for each zone, culminating in tonight's required public hearing to adopt a resolution approving the engineer's report and the levy of assessments for next fiscal year 21-22. On April 28th of this year, City Council adopted a resolution of intention to levy the fiscal year 21-22 assessments and set the public hearing for tonight. The notice of public hearing was advertised in the newspaper as required. Based on the projected costs for ongoing landscape maintenance and current fund balance levels, no increases to any of the levied assessments for any of the zones are necessary for fiscal year 21-22. Therefore, the suggested action is to adopt a resolution ordering the levy and collection of assessments for the Camarillo Landscape Maintenance District, Zones 2 through 10, as shown in the engineer's report. That concludes my report.
Are there any questions? Mr. Kildee?
Yeah, Dave, with no increases, were we able to do economies of scale, or what was the theory? I know it's limited to what we could do by law, but are the districts able to function, if you will, from year to year with this assessment?
Yes, correct. That's exactly this annual process is reviewing the ongoing costs, which are going to maintain the existing level of service for the districts. And there's funds, sufficient funds in balance, and also with the assessments set as they are to provide the revenue needed to cover those costs.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have, Your Honor.
Other questions? Okay, this is a public hearing. I'm going to open the public hearing. I don't have any cards, but is there anyone who'd like to speak to us on this item? Is there anyone on Zoom with a hand up? Okay, there's no one who would like to speak to us on this item, so I'm going to close the public hearing and put it out to the council for discussion or a motion.
Madam
Your Honor,
Mayor,
I'm prepared to make a
Move this-
motion if there's no questions.
What?
go ahead, Mr. I was about to
I-
move it. Go ahead.
Would you like me to
I'll second
second?
your motion.
Okay.
But I think your motion's.
I'll move the staff recommendation, which should adopt a resolution ordering the levy and collection of assessments for the Camarillo Landscape Maintenance District, Zones 2 to 10, as shown in the engineer's report.
I'll second that.
The motion and a second. Is there further discussion? Please vote. Motion carries unanimously. Next public hearing is draft 21 through 29 housing element update. Could we have the staff report, please?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Craven. Joe Power with Rincon and Associates will be providing the presentation. He's the consultant that we have under contract to help us in preparation of the housing element.
Great, thanks, Joe. Again, Joe Power here from Rincon Consultants. Pleasure to be here tonight. I'm going to go through a pretty quick presentation for about 10 minutes. I know you've all heard a lot of this before, so I'm not going to belabor a lot of these points. So let's just go ahead. First, I just want to introduce the team here with me, who may be here, who will be here to help answer questions if there are any. Greg Martin, who's the project manager for Rincon, and also Veronica Tam from Veronica Tam and Associates. She's the housing expert that's part of our team. So that's the team here tonight. I think you all are aware that this is one of the mandated elements of the general plan. This is the 6th cycle for 21 to 29, and I've already introduced the team, so we'll keep going. As you're all aware, the city has held a number of public outreach events over the last several months, starting in August of 2020 and ending, as you can see here, the latest was May 4th, a series of public and city council and planning commission workshops where we've gathered input on the element. As again, you're all aware, an important part of the element is the regional housing needs assessment allocation. State law requires every housing element to identify enough sites to meet its share of that RHNA, R-H-N-A, for the city. The good news is that the sites are all being met by current zoning, so there's no rezoning of sites required to meet the RHNA. Here is the RHNA and the site's inventory for the city. As you can see there, the RHNA for the city is 1,376 units, and your inventory is 1,900 units. So again, exceeding that minimum requirement by the state. Here's just a little bit more detail. One thing I want to point out is that 487 number you see there for the Camarillo Commons specific plan. That's actually a more conservative and what the city staff consider a more realistic number than you've had in past versions of the housing element. For the fourth cycle, you showed it as 550 units. For the fifth cycle, 634, and we've now dropped that number down a little bit to be more realistic. But of course, as I've already said, we're still meeting the goals, so we're in good shape. Now, the draft goals and policies I'll talk about a little bit here. The goals are really carryovers from the current housing element, the fifth cycle. The only revision that's been made is to that goal 3, and we added the part about the very last part after the last comma, and to promote housing opportunities for all households. That is specifically to meet some of the new requirements related to fair housing. Policies, same thing. There are, again, 3 policies to reflect those 3 goals. And once again, the only change that's been made from the current is that very last piece of policy 3 after the last comma there, or any other classes protected by local, state, and federal fair housing laws. Again, that's specifically intended to meet the new requirements related to the fair housing opportunities. Now, the city is carrying forward a whole lot of programs unchanged from the current housing element. A few that are changing a little bit are number 3, which was revised slightly to address some planning commission comments. Number 4 is about the fair housing practices, and that's important to remember that that piece is one we're just still working on. We recently received some guidance from the state Housing and Community Development Department on how to do that fair housing analysis, and so we're working on that piece right now. It will be submitted to the HCD after the rest of the element, probably in about 3 weeks. So we are actively working on that piece right now. We also received, the city received a letter from the House Farm Workers group about that particular issue, and so again, I just want to reiterate, we are working on that one as we speak. There were a few changes to Program 5 as well, specifically about the advocacy groups and agricultural organizations. So there are some other programs that we're carrying forward. Again, most of them are unchanged. The one thing that is changing a little bit is program number 9 related to inclusionary housing. Back in last November, Councilmember Craven requested the City Council Policy 7.09 be reviewed by the Policy Committee and the Council to ensure that that policy is being interpreted and implemented correctly. This will occur over the next several months, but we are going to keep that policy as part of the plan for now. If there's some change needed as that analysis is done, we'll make that at that time. Now, I want to talk a little bit about some new programs that are currently being implemented. These are things that the city has been doing, but they just haven't been formally part of the element, and so they're now being added as formal programs in the element. First is seeking grant funding to support affordable housing activity. The next one is Program 14, the First-Time Home Buyer Down Payment Assistance Loan Program. And again, this is, as I said, this is something that the city is already doing. We're just adding that to the element to sort of codify that. Next is what we call Program 15, Housing Policies, and this is to review each city council housing policy for internal consistency. Now, there's one new state mandated program, and it really has 4 components. This is really about amending the zoning ordinance to comply with new state laws that have occurred since the last housing element. And I'll talk about each of these 4 that you see listed there. Excuse me. First is the Low Barrier Navigation Center per AB 101, and those are service-enriched shelters focused on moving homeless people towards self-sufficiency and into permanent housing. The city must allow low-barrier navigation centers by right in zones where multifamily and mixed uses are allowed. So that will be a change to the zoning code. The next one is per AB 139, emergency and transitional housing. And for this, the cities must allow shelters to accommodate the homeless population as counted in the point-in-time count, which I believe was done back in January. Next is per AB 2162, housing for homeless persons. Cities must allow supportive housing by right in zones where multifamily and mixed uses are allowed, under certain conditions that you can see there on the screen. And then lastly is the Employee Housing Act for the Health and Safety Code, 17021.5. This requires cities to consider farm worker housing with up to 36 beds or 12 units on agricultural use and that be similarly permitted. So you can see that. That's a new one, again, per state law. Next is a new program that was suggested by the Planning Commission and City Council back on April 14th. This is called the Homeless Strategic Plan. We've added this again specifically in response to a suggestion that we heard back in April, and this is to develop a strategic plan for providing emergency and transitional housing to accommodate the city's homeless community. Now, a couple of weeks ago, we were in front of the Planning Commission. The city received no requests for verbal public comment at the meeting, but did receive a written comment letter from the House Farm Workers, similar to the one that I mentioned earlier. After reviewing the housing element, the Planning Commission did provide a few comments. Commissioner Edsel stated support for the new Program 17 that I mentioned earlier. Commissioner Talmadge asked for more specific language on the consideration of density, texture, and character of neighborhoods when reviewing accessory dwelling unit or ADU applications. Staff reviewed the draft element, added some language to Program 3, and those are underlined on page 7 of your agenda report. And staff thinks that additional language will be perfectly fine, will comply with state law while meeting the intent of that request. And then Commissioner Vandermolen and the other members of the commission commented that they thought the document was good, comprehensive, and has good information. It's a well-done document. So that was good news, obviously, from our standpoint. And then the Planning Commission, by a vote of 4-0, with one absent, recommended that the element be sent to City Council for consideration. And at this point, the next steps would be, if at this council's direction, would be to submit the housing element to HCD for their review and comment, work with HCD to address their comments on the draft housing element over the next couple of months, and then bring the final housing element, incorporating HCD comments as appropriate, back in August, with a tentative date of August 17th, and then bring the final housing element to the City Council, we hope, on September 18th to meet an October 15th, 2021 state deadline. So staff's recommendation for tonight is to direct staff to submit the draft 2021 to 2029 housing element update to HCD for the 60-day preliminary review in compliance with the state housing law. That's it for me. We are here to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
And just for your information, earlier this evening, we did adopt the changes to policy 7.09, inclusionary housing.
Very good.
Any questions? Mr. Kildee?
Yes. As I read through this document, there's a wealth of information, and I actually learned a lot too. And, you know, it kind of talks about accessory dwelling units, it talks about our RHNA numbers, talks about seniors, types of housing, various other sundry things. And obviously, you know, the goal is to get this approved by the state. And I've always been, you know, taken some pride that our housing element has been approved by the state. And as those of us know here on the dais here, how difficult and challenging certain times that can be. So the question I have to you, and I commend you for all the staff and everybody that put hard effort into this. I think it's very, very comprehensive, and I commend you for that. But I do have one question, and the question is there anything in here that you think needs to be put in here that isn't? Do you think that we've touched most, if not all, of our bases to get it approved?
Well, I mean, I can let others jump in. I mean, from my standpoint, we have touched on, I think we've done everything that we need to do, other than that fair housing piece that I mentioned.
Mhm.
That's the one piece that we're still working on. But I think HCD has pretty much accepted, because their guidance came out so late in the game, that they're accepting the preliminary submittals with that piece to follow about 3 weeks later. I think that's been pretty standard practice for cities over the last few weeks. But that is, as far as I'm concerned, that's the only piece that we're missing.
Okay.
Don't know if anybody else feels otherwise. Oh, yeah, I mean, yeah, Greg's right, he's pointing out, we do have discussion of fair housing. It's just that there was some new guidance that came out that is going to require us to augment what we've already done. So it's not that we've ignored that topic, it's just that we got some sort of late-breaking guidance on some specifics that we need to incorporate.
So we feel that we're ready. We've put together a comprehensive document that addresses state law. To our knowledge at this point, we're ready to send it to HCD.
Okay, and one last question. We feel we're on target to meet our numbers.
We do, yes.
Right.
As you can see, you exceed the target, I mean, the arena by about 50%. So, yeah, I think it's good to have a buffer, but I think that's a very healthy buffer that I think we're confident HCD will be happy with.
Do you look for any other changes, major changes, or would you consider them relatively minor that could possibly be made as we go forward from tonight?
I might like to have Veronica come up and address that. She's worked with HCD many, many times on many, many housing elements and probably knows better what we're up against than I do.
There are most likely minor changes that we would expect from the state during the initial review. Probably about 30 days into the 60-day review, they set up a call with their questions and comments. Most of the times are technical explanations that they want to see. Like sometimes when we write something, we know so much about the city, we think it's clear, but then to somebody who doesn't know the city, maybe they want additional information. So a lot of the times what we are what the state is looking for is clarifications about your development processes and procedures. There are occasionally they want you to tighten the timeline. For example, if you say that we want to do these things by 2023, maybe they feel that maybe you can do it earlier. So that would be a little bit of like negotiation back and forth, but not usually major policy changes.
Thank you. That's all I have, Your Honor.
Okay, any other questions? Susan?
I have a question about the RHNA allocations, and I thought about just asking this offline, but I figured if I'm asking, somebody else probably is wondering the same thing. Well, hopefully. When we look at the sites that are non-vacant, I'm trying to, how are those seen as available? Does that question make sense?
Yes, it does. They're available based on existing zoning. So even though, for instance, in the Camarillo Commons, there's buildings out there, there is zoning in the specific plan to accommodate upwards of 600 units. So when we looked at it from a more realistic approach using that example, we thought that approximately 487 would be a more realistic approach, and we actually targeted the development areas based on some opportunity sites that we think are more viable. So that is all based on zoning, and it doesn't even necessarily mean that all those units will be built, but when we look at our land inventory, we have to look at development potential, and depending on the zoning, we also apply certain densities, and the higher the density, then it qualifies for lower income units. And so that's why the Camarillo Commons is so important, because the bulk of the city's low-income units to meet RHNA are in the Camarillo Commons area, and we think it's appropriate to continue to utilize that zoning since it is in place and has been in place for several years.
Yeah, no, I agree. I wonder, I'm just trying to understand it better, so that if there's an area that's already developed, if there's, I guess, the potential for more development, because we have plenty of other areas that are zoned for residential, but we're not including those as inventory sites.
So no, we've only included things that are predominantly either entitled or currently zoned. So if you look on big page 2 of the agenda report, for instance, the top item, the Springville specific plan entitled but not built, is on the 158 units on the western stretch of that specific plan area
Right.
near the Sholey House. So all our land inventory, fortunately, is either entitled or currently zoned property that could accommodate development. So we're in a good situation where we don't have to find land to rezone, because if you're analyzing your land inventory and you come in lower than your RHNA numbers to demonstrate compliance through zoning, you actually have to go out and find properties in town to rezone them.
Okay.
And then that rezoning typically has to be providing a development by right. So we're in a good position here in Camarillo.
Thanks, I appreciate you
It's definitely
explaining
okay
it.
to use sites that are already developed, but that's the kind of thing where ACD may need some additional information for them to understand why we think this site is likely to redevelop over the 8-year period, and to provide information about maybe the property owner has already approached the city about something they want to do, or there may be some other reason that the city can use to explain to HCD why we think that's likely to happen within that time frame.
That helps too, because that was in my next question. Does HCD ever come back and say, wait a minute, so that helps. I appreciate it, thanks.
And just for the benefit of anybody out there who's watching who doesn't understand about this, the RHNA numbers are numbers that are assigned. SCAG goes through a process and we get them. Those houses, we're not required to make sure that they're built. We just have to have the land zoned and available if somebody does come in and ask to build on it. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, this is a public hearing. It has been advertised. I will open the public hearing. Right now, I have one card. If there's anyone else in the audience who would like to speak to us, please turn in a blue card to the city clerk up here. If there's anyone on Zoom who would like to speak to us, please raise your hand so the city clerk can make the arrangements. First card I have is from Linda Braunschweiger. Just pull that down, Linda.
Yeah. Very nice to see you all. I'm Linda Braunschweiger. I'm a resident of the city of Camarillo. And tonight I am here as the vice chair of the House Farm Workers Organization. We did submit a very detailed letter, but I did want to make two just brief comments. One on affirmatively furthering fair housing, and the second on Program 4 in the housing element, the fair housing services. As I said, the letter is there. It is quite detailed, but we're more than happy to work with staff on anything that they would like to discuss further. On Program 4, Camarillo has been a diligent partner in the Ventura County Fair Housing Consortium for many, many years. Every year, you have allocated funding to a contractor for fair housing through the HUD CDBG program. We're proposing revising wording in Program 4 because we believe the contractor could actually do more. With increased effectiveness at a similar funding level, There are things that could be done, such as outreach at community events, dissemination of more brochures, property management training, and some testing. Also, since our focus as an organization is on farm workers, we're sensitive that some farm workers may possess characteristics protected from illegal housing discrimination, such as national origin, ancestry, race, color, religion, or family status. But we are concerned about fair housing for all Camarillo citizens to maintain a balanced and a caring community. Therefore, we urge you to refine the description of the services for Program 4 and allow more outreach into the community. And again, we're here to help, and the staff has been amazing in taking all of our various comments. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak to us? Seeing no one come forward, I'll ask for Zoom. Is there anyone on Zoom?
Yes, our first speaker is Jennifer.
Okay. Jennifer, could you just say hello so that we can tell if we can hear you?
Jennifer Coyle, and I just hit the unmute button.
Yes, we can
Did that
hear you.
work?
Thank you.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. I'm very sympathetic that HCD has put you in a very difficult position in terms of the affirmatively furthering fair housing by not releasing guidance until a few weeks ago. And then they have the nerve to say on their website, oh, we're going to give you some sample analyses in the summer of 2021. Ventura County's draft housing element has already went there in March and came back in the 60 days. But when I heard you say that you're going to work on that section and use the map layers that they've offered and so forth and turn it into HCD in 3 weeks, I just wonder about some opportunity for public review and comment, not necessarily going back through Planning Commission and City Council, but could it be posted on your website for 7 days and people could be allowed to comment on it? Because it seems strange that it would go to HCD without any City Council review and approval. Much as I treasure your staff and consultants as being very competent, it's still uncharted territory. This is a new requirement that the legislature imposed. And if HCD can't even give a good example of a good analysis until a couple months from now, that's how new it is. But I think it would be, well, it just would be so strange for HCD to get it without anybody in the public in Camarillo being able to read it first. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. And we did receive your memorandum as well. Is there anyone else on Zoom who would like to speak to us?
No other hands raised.
Okay. No one else coming forward to speak to us. I will close the public hearing and open it up for, is there anything that was said that staff or the consultant wants to respond to?
We have been maintaining a website where we've been posting draft documents throughout the process, and so staff will consider an opportunity to post draft information relative to Program 4 before we submit that to HCD.
Okay, thank you.
And regarding the AFFH analysis, I think that's the intent, is after we've done the analysis, that would be incorporated as part of the housing element available on the city's website. I've actually have been working on the AFFH analysis for jurisdictions in the San Diego region because the housing element is 6 months ahead of the schedule. I have one analysis that the analysis itself has already been approved by the state, and the only thing that I still need to work on is the fair housing actions that to go with it. But the analysis itself has been accepted already. So we're kind of building on to, based on that, that model, and it follows the guideline. I actually did receive the guideline before it was released. So I was able to do some analysis ahead of the schedule for the San Diego region. And obviously, we're going to, review the guidelines again and make sure that it matches up with the guideline that's being published. But we're confident that we have something that we can move on to and do an adequate analysis.
And then I would also like to reaffirm for the public and the city council that this isn't the end. This is almost really the start, even though we've been working on this for several months. Once we submit to HCD, we do anticipate requirements from them to provide clarifications and updates. And then we will ultimately be going through another round of public hearings before our planning commission and city council, which will also include CEQA analysis at that time of the housing element. So there'll be definitely additional opportunity for the public to participate in the process.
Okay. What are the wishes of the council?
Your Honor, I'll
Mr. Kildee?
make a comment. Some of my comments were, obviously the goal here is to get this approved by the state, and that's one of the reasons why I asked the consultants and a director of community development and other staff, is there anything in here that ought to be in here to strengthen that? And I was reasonably assured that there isn't. So these things are always challenging. They're not easy to do. It takes a long time, it takes money, and it takes effort to compile all this data, but this is one of the most comprehensive ones that I can recall. And a lot of that is because of the quality of work, but quite frankly, a lot of it is probably because, too, that the state has come up with a whole lot more mandates, and I don't want to call them strong requests. I'll be gentle with that, but shall we say, a whole lot more ideas about, what we ought to have in there. And I believe that our staff has really touched as many of those bases, if not all of them, to go forward to the next step. So I recommend that we go forward to the next step, and if nobody else has any comments, I certainly will make a motion when it's
Any other comments?
permissible. Okay, so with that,
No.
oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Tremblay.
Mr. Tremblay?
No, thank you. I do have a question, and I think reading through Ms. Brunschweiger's letter with respect to refining the description of services described in Program 4, as I understand it, on big page 6B 124 is the existing draft description. Can you tell me, just tell me a little bit about the fair housing public workshops that the Housing Rights Center actually provides at this time to give the rights of both renters and landlords? Because if I'm understanding Ms. Braunschweiger's letter, it's to ask for something a little more robust in that.
Yes, so
I'd just like to know a little bit more. Thank you.
We contract with other agencies in the county of Ventura and utilize CDBG funds for the fair housing workshops, and our staff attends those. I'd ask Mr. Moe to come up and explain how those workshops actually function.
Thank you, Mr. Vaca. So currently under our contract, the Housing Rights Center conducts 2 public workshops, one for renters and one for landlords. And in those workshops, they're able to ask questions. They go over what the current law is and some of the complaints that they've been receiving in the area, and try to educate people both on the renter side and the landlord side. And then they also provide training for the staff. They had a series of training webinars over the COVID time for city staff and county staff to be educated and brought up to speed on current and changing housing law.
Certainly.
David, could you share with us, though, what's the outreach process that the Housing Rights Center utilizes to reach out to both renters and landlords with respect to notice of these workshops?
Yeah, they reach out with in the newspaper. We've also, in the past, have taken further steps just as a city staff and reached out to specific apartment complexes where we may have a complaint. We did that. I think we did that like 2 years ago, and distributed notices.
In multiple languages, both English and Spanish?
No, I believe it was only in English back then.
I would like to add, though, that about 18 months ago, we added a sentence at the bottom of all the public notices that come out of the planning department that's in Spanish that says, if you need additional information, please call us regarding this notice, and that's in Spanish. so that if someone sees that and they're interested and they see the location map associated with that and they're interested and they read that sentence in Spanish, then they call and we have interpreters available.
Okay.
But we have not historically been providing full public hearing notices in Spanish.
Okay.
We've also posted on the website. Mrs. Buck reminded me too. So.
I'm sorry, you have posted on the website?
Yeah, for when we have the
On the
public
notices?
workshops, yeah, we also publish that notice on, or upload it to our website.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Were you finished? Tony? Oh, yes. Thank you. Sean?
I want to tack on to Tony's question, Mr. Vaca, your answer about the sentence at the bottom in Spanish indicating that people wanted more information to call a phone number. Wouldn't that require them to be able to know what it said in English for them to ascertain as to whether they're interested in calling the number and finding out what it actually means in Spanish?
Yes, it would, but they have a location map and address, and so I would understand most people could utilize an address, whether it's in Spanish or English. So
I think
that's
was something
what
Mr.
our
Trumley was
practice
getting at, maybe his line of questioning, and Linda was bringing up, where we can be a little bit more robust in our outreach, I think would go a long ways, and we certainly could.
Yeah, we agree with that.
All right, thanks.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you to Mr. Mulchay for circling back. Just to circle back, it does seem to me that we could be a little more robust on that. And I don't know what form that takes specifically, whether that takes the specific outreach notice in Spanish as well as any other language. I'm not quite sure. I'm struggling here if it's just English and Spanish or whether or not there may be other languages involved. But it seems to me that would be that would be a good thing to do. I guess the other question I had is to your knowledge, what are HCD's requirements with respect to notices in multiple languages? In other words, would they look at our program number 4 with that in mind? And I'm sorry, I don't know the answer to that. What is their current position with respect to that? I just want to make sure that we have a draft element that's going to meet HCD standards as well as address, thank you for circling back on that, as well as address a little more robust noticing.
So our consultant, Veronica, is going to come up and assist with that response.
HCD actually doesn't necessarily request it, but one of the things that after we've done the fair housing analysis that we were talking about, the affirmatively furthering fair housing, some of the things that we're going to beef up on is the meaningful actions to address the fair housing issues. And so as part of that, we could include enhancing the city's outreach process, but HCD would probably be encouraging multilingual outreach in the future, but it's not necessarily a requirement, but I think it's going to be encouraged. So that's something that we could incorporate as part of the next revisions with the fair housing action to require the fair housing contractors to do multilingual outreach. But I think Housing Rights Center is one of the biggest fair housing service provider in the country, certainly in the Southern California area or even in the state. They have the capability to do multilingual outreach.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
Yeah, no, thank you very much. I guess, I'm just one of 5, but I think I would, speaking for myself, I would encourage that in terms of looking at that as you're going through the process.
I've been sitting here contemplating this, thinking newspaper readership is going down, and so I know we have to advertise everything in newspapers, but I think there's got to be a better way to do it, and nothing against the newspapers out there. I'm just trying to find more people who are in need of the service and what their communications are, and they probably aren't reading the ads in newspapers. That's just my comment. Mr. Mulchay?
To add to your point, if you look at circulation statistics on newspapers, people who are renting, living in apartments, they're significantly less likely to receive a newspaper, whether it's via subscription or one that just simply lands at one's door. I think a lot of those aren't even distributed to apartment complexes for renters, so.
Well, to renters in large complexes. If you're a renter in a home or even a duplex.
Right.
you probably get it. Okay, yes, Mr. Tremblay.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, just one more follow-up. I'm not sure that, there are several folks who may not necessarily have digital or online access either, and I read that in Ms. Braunschweiger's letter. So I guess I would encourage you to look at that in terms of how that outreach could be more robust. Yeah, multi forms or formats. So, okay, thank you.
Okay, any other discussion? What are the wishes of the council?
Your Honor, I'll make a motion that we direct staff to submit the draft 2021-2029 housing element update for HDC for a 60-day preliminary review for compliance with the state housing law.
I'll second that.
The motion and a second. Please vote. Motion carries unanimously. Okay, I have to make an announcement, and before that, I'd like you to bear with me while I add a comment that I forgot to make earlier this evening under council comments, and in a little bit, you'll understand why I want to make it now. But this next Monday is Memorial Day. And I thought I'd give a little bit of explanation because there are 3 days. There's Armed Forces Day, there's Memorial Day, and there's Veterans Day. And a lot of people don't understand the differences. Armed Forces Day is for those people who are serving in the armed forces right now. And that was, I think, 2 weeks ago. Veterans Day is for those who gave the ultimate sacrifice to preserve our freedoms. So it's for those who died during their service to our country. Veterans Day is for people who are still living but have retired or are no longer in the services. So I just wanted to get that out because there's a lot of confusion. There was a letter to the paper the other day about Veterans Day honoring our soldiers and let's do something, and I thought we need to clarify this. So having said that, I will now say that due to the fact that my husband and I own some properties that are within 500 feet. No, I'm not on this one. I'm sorry. That's on the next one. Oh, man, I was so ready. Okay. Now I'm off the page. I thought I didn't even have to read it. Okay. The next public hearing is on the Camarillo Area Transit Fare Structure Modification.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, council members. Tyler Nesfed will give a presentation on this item.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members. We'd like to discuss the fare structure modification. The services that Camarillo Area Transit offers are contracted through RATP, and we offer fixed route services. We offer the fixed route itself, and we offer the trolley route, which is in this presentation intentionally excluded for discussion and suggested action regarding the trolley service fare structure. Because we offer fixed route services, we offer complimentary paratransit. Complimentary paratransit is our dial-a-ride system. It is required by the Americans with Disability Act that if we offer fixed route transit, that we offer complimentary paratransit, and we offer seniors age 55 and older reduced fares. On November 18th, 2020, City Council directed staff to set a public hearing to consider fare structure modifications for transit services. Our existing fare structure is broken down by service type and by the general purpose rider and the senior, which is currently 55 plus, and ADA rider. For fixed route, we offer a $1 general purpose ride and half fare or 50-cent senior ADA ride. We offer local dial-a-ride within the city limits, and for that service, it's $2 for a general purpose rider and $1.50 for a senior or ADA rider. And then we offer regional services to other cities. That service is only offered to seniors or ADA riders. And the fares for local transit services have not increased since they were established. So the regional services have been increased once before, but our local dial-a-ride and our local fixed route systems, those fares have not been increased since they were established. For our fares, we offer a monthly pass for convenience purposes. For general purpose, the price of that monthly pass is $50, and the senior and ADA price is $25. The monthly pass is valid for unlimited number of trips for the calendar month which it is purchased. We offer a monthly pass for each month, so it could be May specific or July specific, and whichever month you purchase it for, you can use that for unlimited local dial-a-ride trips, not for the regional services. And that's good for both fixed route and dial-a-ride. We also offer a 10-ride ticket that is at no discount to fares. It's simply 10 times the rate for that service and has no expiration date. It's valid for 10 individual trips for the service for which it's purchased. So each rate listed in the table is 10 times the single ride fare. The cost to provide these services in the fiscal year 21-22 budget is currently $2.2 million. And that is significantly more expensive on the dial-a-ride side versus fixed route. The dial-a-ride demand and costs can vary, whereas the fixed route costs are fixed to the nature of the service. And the cost to operate these services has increased significantly in the past 20 plus years that we've offered transit services. However, as I stated before, the fares for these services have not increased since they were implemented. The current budgeted fare revenue for fiscal year 21-22 is projected to be $163,000, and that's a fare box recovery ratio of 7.4%. Approximately, that's $100,000 of onboarding sales, so that when someone gets on board the vehicle, what they pay. Approximately $45,000 of bus pass sales, so if you have a bus pass, you don't pay when you get on. And approximately $18,000 of other agency fare contributions. The fiscal year 21-22 budget includes the use of TDA funds for transit services. Typically, penalties may be applied if a fare box recovery ratio is less than 20%. And again, we're currently estimated to be at about 7.4%. However, there's currently a state moratorium that relieves this requirement. State legislator is considering an alternative to the current fare box recovery ratio metrics. The current method being discussed is that the target fare box recovery ratio may be set by the Regional Transportation Planning Agency. In our case, that would be VCTC, or Ventura County Transportation Commission. This is a hypothetical situation. That state legislator has not passed those revised metrics for fare box recovery ratio. However, the current discussion and topics is very confident that that will happen, and that's why we have this existing moratorium. It was delayed due to COVID-19 and is continuing to be discussed at length. Hypothetically, that means that CAT and VCTC would coordinate together to set a reasonable fare box recovery ratio. And one of the reasons that this discussion at the state legislature level is happening is because a 20% fare box recovery ratio is fairly unreasonable for most agencies. If we are still unable to meet that reasonable fare box ratio that we coordinate with VCTC to set, we would then coordinate with VCTC to look at what service changes would be necessary to help achieve that reasonable fare box ratio. Again, this is a hypothetical situation, but it's important to look at when determining fares, because fares play an important part in the fare box recovery ratio. So the proposed fare structure that is being presented increases the qualifying senior age from 55 years or older to 65 years or older for both fixed route, local dial-a-ride, and regional dial-a-ride. This matches the majority of Ventura County transit providers, and this doesn't affect the existing policy that Leisure Village residents would ride free because they still make a contribution for the fixed route, but that would only be for the fixed route services. Increased local dial-a-ride fares for both general purpose and senior ADA. And so you can see that the fixed route prices aren't proposed to increase. However, the local dial-a-ride, general purpose, and senior fares are proposed to go from, or the general purpose fare is proposed to go from $2 to $3, and the senior ADA fare proposed to go from $1.50 to $2. And no change to the fixed route single ride fare. The thought behind this is that if we can incentivize more individuals to use, a significantly cheaper fixed route, there's significant savings in reducing demand versus increasing the fare. And so by having a bigger delta between the two, we incentivize individuals to use the fixed route over the dial-a-ride system, and the dial-a-ride system being significantly more expensive to operate. The proposed bus pass fare structure would then go to, as shown, that the general purpose would go from $50 to $120. The senior ADA monthly pass would go from $25 to $80. And the concept behind making this increase is it's based on the simulated price to commute to work. So riding one round trip per day, 5 days a week at the single ride fare. We would maintain the 10 ride ticket price at no discounted fare, where it's just simply 10 times the single ride fare. The proposed fare increase is estimated to increase fare revenue by $114,000 for a total estimated fiscal year 21-22 fare revenue of $277,000. This gets us to a fare box recovery ratio of 12.6%. Increased fares will likely reduce ridership, which is very difficult to predict, just the nature of transit itself. It's difficult to understand those impacts entirely, especially because we've never done this before. We've never increased our dial-a-ride fare, and each transit agency circumstances are unique. But either way, a conservative approach, it would improve the fare box recovery ratio by lowering demand. Staff recommends these modifications be effective July 1st, 2021. We would obviously do plenty of outreach. The dispatchers would notify individuals when they call in. We would post on the vehicles. We would do a press release, website, social media. And then we would monitor the impacts of changes and return to council with possible adjustments if necessary. And that concludes my presentation.
Other questions? Okay. This is a public hearing. I will open the public hearing. Is there anyone who would like to speak to us about this item? I don't see anyone out there who'd like to speak to us about this item. Is there anyone on Zoom who has a hand up?
Yes, Matt Lorimer.
Okay. Let's have Matt say hi so we can make sure he's connected again.
Good evening on Wednesday night. Did you hear that?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, go ahead.
I would like to say, as a resident that lived there for many years, and when people ran for city council going to Leisure Village, there was a lot of people that need these services, and they do a great job. And even though the increase has to happen because we want to recover user fee costs, I believe the city should also offer a hardship request. And what I mean by that, times are tough for seniors, and there should be a way for somebody who's a senior in your city who has gone through several difficult months of struggles, maybe due to the pandemic. You should have a program for a hardship waiver, a reduced fee, or some type of help cover that fee. That would be my only suggestion to the council members. This is vitally important considering the Camarillo has a large senior community, and Leisure Village does use that. Mr. Tremblay is aware of that, along with many other people, because if you've gone to when they were doing the city council debates, it was brought up several times. So I just think there should be a factor for people who are having a hardship, and I think the city should offer some type of program for a person who has struggled and is a senior. That would be my only advice to this, basically. I understand the increase, but again, I think that's something that should be looked at due to the seriousness of the pandemic. And seniors have struggled, and I believe there should be a caveat for hardship. So I hope you'll consider that. Thank you.
Let me make it clear, and I know that he said it during the staff report, but Leisure Village was mentioned. The people who live in Leisure Village can ride the fixed route bus for free, not because we give it to them free, but because the Leisure Village Association has a contract with the city and has for many, many, many years, and they pay the city so that the Leisure Village residents can ride that fixed route bus for free. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak to us? No? I will close the public hearing and turn it over to the council members. Mr. Tremblay.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Well, first of all, Tyler, I thought that was an excellent presentation, so thank you. It was very, very clear. And goodness knows we have been struggling. I don't know if I want to use the word struggle, but we've certainly been discussing these issues for the last, 18 to 24 months in particular. I had a monthly outreach meeting at Leisure Village yesterday, and we discussed these specific issues. I appreciate Mr. Lorimer's comment or suggestion, and I understand it. I have not received that as a suggestion from anybody, though, in the public or at Leisure Village. I guess my thought would be, from a pragmatic standpoint, that would be tough to implement, because you have to set up an entire structure to try to, from an administrative standpoint, in order to implement that. So while I appreciate the suggestion, I think it would be tough to implement. I will tell you, from a fare box recovery ratio standpoint, we have had so much discussion on this at VCTC and at Metrolink. And one of the most I thought the staff report was also well done, and you'll notice that on page 2, and Tyler already indicated this. I mean, we have to be cognizant of our TDA funding requirements, and the primary requirement, and I quote, "The primary requirement for use of TDA funds is a fare box recovery ratio of at least 20%. However, a moratorium on penalties for not achieving this specific requirement is currently in place. Permanent removal of the penalties for not meeting fare box recovery ratios is being considered by the state legislature," and I think that legislation is still going through, as far as I know. So we have been very focused on this, and I think, to me, where we would go with these increases, where the city would go, assuming that the council approves these increases, I think results in a fair fare box recovery percentage, and at least gets us farther down the road in terms of trying to right the ship. I will also note that from a Leisure Village standpoint, they are aware that they are going to be paying more for their service relative to the fixed route. In fact, I know there have already been discussions that have occurred, and in fact, we started those discussions, about a year ago, I think, Mr. Klotzel, with well, I don't know, I'm using the royal we, but I know that they're well aware of the city's concern with respect to that, because that practice has been in place for years without any increase in the contribution. So I know that they're building that into their budget, as I understand it. So we should have it. So for all of those reasons, I support this and would be prepared to make a motion at the appropriate time. Thank you.
Susan.
I agree. It's a great report. You're so concise and clear, and I appreciate it. I understand why the rates are going up. I understand why some of the rates were chosen. The only change that I'm struggling with, and maybe I just need to say it, is the monthly pass. And I understand that the $120 pays for 20 round trips, right? A month? 20 round trips. 120, that's 3 times 6. Sorry, my math is right here.
It would be 40. It would be 40 trips.
40
for
trip,
20
20 round trips, right. But then when I go back and do the math for what it is now, it's actually 12 and a half round trips. So it just feels like a huge jump, even though I understand what the 120 is meant to cover. Because now we're giving them a little bit more.
And one of the primary reasons for that jump is that, the most frequent riders are using the monthly pass, as and given the unlimited rides nature, they're able to use that to great effect. And so, the monthly pass is still available for individuals that are riding frequently that can still act as a cost savings to them if they ride truly that much and need that amount of trips. And if they don't need that amount of trips, that's when the 10-ride ticket is an option.
True. Do we have any data on how many of the rides the monthly pass buyers are taking?
Unfortunately, it's just a paper pass that you waive, so we just have, the total number, but it's not broken down by rider, and it would be inaccurate to be able to say per rider on average, because we know that it's heavily used by a small few individuals.
Yeah, I think that's the only thing I'm struggling with. If it were me using the bus going to work and I was budgeting for that, that's more than doubling that price. So,
Mr. Kildee, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'll just make a couple of comments. In all the years that I've been up here, I don't believe I've yet to see a 20% recovery box in all the years that I've been up here. And if you actually can get up to 12.6%, that's actually a pretty good number, believe it or not. I too have some concerns about the monthly pass. I think they're legitimate. I do think we have to remember too that we haven't really raised those, I believe, Tyler, ever, and when that happens, usually you try to bring it up to current market values, and it gets kind of tough to do that as far as a percentage of an increase here. I found it's much better to do it incrementally if you can, but you can't always do that either. There's a lot of rules and regulations and whatnot that we have to follow here, and then we had COVID, of course, too. So it's been a very unusual year that we've had to deal with here. But even with all of that, I believe, Tyler, you said it's going to raise about $114,000 more dollars, which is a lot of money, but it's not nearly enough to provide the service. And I think it's also important for us to remember that those monthly passes, from what I understand, are unlimited. So those folks can use them as much as they want. So if you really start breaking down the cost of the service, and even with the new rate, it still could be a pretty good deal depending upon how much a person uses. It's all about how much people use things. I mean, if you go out and buy something and you get it at a 50% discount, you don't use it, that's a bad buy, in my opinion. Now, you go out and buy something and you pay regular price for it and you're using it all the time, in my opinion, that's a better deal. So with this, I'm very sensitive about the monthly pass increase, but I think if you do break it down to a certain extent, it can be construed that it is still a relatively pretty good deal for those that use a monthly pass. So those are my thoughts.
Mr. Tremblay, you had one more comment?
Yeah, I just had one more comment. Thank you, Madam Mayor, and that is just focusing on the proposed modified fare structure, increase for DAR. and increasing that from 55 to 65. And I did have a discussion on that yesterday at my monthly outreach meeting at Leisure Village, and there didn't appear to be any problems raised with respect to that. People
They did or didn't? I'm having trouble hearing you.
I'll get close. No, there did not appear to be any particular problems. So people understood that, but it is also part of this process is raising that age from 55 to 65. And I think you had it up there, but
For the senior age, yes.
correct for the senior age. So
That
just
was
want
up
to be sure we all understood that. Okay, thank you.
And I only have a couple of comments. I think what we're seeing tonight is one of the pitfalls of never having raised the rates. It does help to do it incrementally or every 5 years or so. But to think of the services that we're providing today with the fixed route bus, with the dial-a-ride bus, and with the regional services and the transfers to regional services. Compare that to that old Grumman bus we had. It wasn't old, it was new, it was a prototype. And the council found out the pitfall of buying a prototype. There aren't any parts to, replacement parts.
There sure weren't. True.
The bus looked really nice, but it just didn't work. But when you think of that, or when I think of that we had when I first got on the council, and now, what the services we're offering, the number of buses that are out there, what people have been getting for a long time is a real bargain. A real bargain for what they've been receiving in service. And now we're getting it up closer to the cost of the service. And that's what we do. We provide services, and we're not really in the charity business. We're in providing services for our residents, and the assumption is they're going to pay the cost of the services. So this won't cover the cost of the services. It won't even get us up to 20% of the cost of the services, but I think we do have an obligation to go ahead and try to get a larger percentage of our costs. And I believe that Leisure Village contract that hasn't ever been raised was signed maybe in 1984. Bill Esty brought it to the council. Might have been before that. I remember I was out in the audience one night and he brought it up, and it was just a few weeks later that they went ahead and did that, and signed the contract. But I can support all this, is what I'm getting around to saying. Sean?
And I'll just echo that and say I support this. The Camarillo Transit Services is still the best value in town. And the increase that we're proposing in these fares, albeit very, very small, doesn't even begin to cover the increase in service costs that we saw just in the last 2 years, let alone the fact that there hasn't been a rate increase since its inception. So, yeah, I can support it.
Mr. Tremblay, you're going to make a motion.
I will. I will motion that we move the suggested action, which is to adopt a resolution modifying Camarillo area transit fares and increasing the senior age to 65.
I'll second that.
There's a motion and a second. Please vote. Motion carries unanimously. Okay, now, I will say that because my husband and I own some properties that are within 500 feet of one of the trolley stops, I will recuse myself
Your
and
Honor, I
not be
also
part of the
need to
discussion. Mr. Kildee?
recuse myself for a little bit different. I actually don't own any property, but I lease property within 500 feet of a trolley stop. So I am going to have to recuse myself as well. So.
Turn it over to the vice.
I am not recusing myself, so that leaves me.
Hold on until we get out.
Okay. All right, with that, we will take up item D, Camarillo Area Transit, establishment of trolley fares.
Great. I will stay out of the way and turn it over to Tyler for Act 2.
Yes, so establishing a trolley fare. On November 18th, 2020, City Council directed staff to set a public hearing to consider establishing a trolley fare. The fiscal year 21-22 trolley operations and maintenance budget is $265,000. That cost to operate the trolley services has significantly increased since we established service in 2014, most notably in the past 2 years. The trolley fare is currently free for all riders and generates $0 fare box revenue. The fare box recovery ratio, therefore, is 0%. A primary reason why the service began as free was because contributions from the Camarillo Chamber of Commerce and California State University Channel Islands. However, in the past year, CSUCI has terminated their trolley agreement, citing loss of parking revenues due to the campus primarily operating remotely during COVID-19. They contributed $25,000 annually. And in the past year, the Camarillo Chamber of Commerce has terminated their trolley agreement in response to Council's decision to no longer lease a trolley vehicle and to use a standard CAT cutaway minibus. The ad space was on the exterior of the trolley vehicle, and when we switched vehicles, that ad space was no longer available. The Chamber of Commerce was not interested in pursuing interior ad space, and they contributed annually about $5,000 for a total reduction of approximately $30,000 of trolley funding. The proposed trolley fare structure can be seen that the existing price is free, and we propose to match the existing fixed route fare structure with a senior age being set at 65 years or older. It's estimated $30,600 of fare box revenue, which gives a fare box recovery ratio of 12%. The calculation of estimated revenue is based on 60% of the fiscal year 2018-19 ridership. That's the last full year of pre-pandemic ridership data. And we estimate that it'll be a 40% reduction of that ridership when it's no longer free. So it's kind of a two-step process in developing the estimation of revenue. Under free fare conditions, staff estimates that in fiscal year 21-22, the total demand would recover relatively quickly to those pre-pandemic numbers. In the past 3 months alone, demand has rapidly increased from roughly 30% to approximately 50% of the fiscal year 18-19 numbers. And that's despite the fact that we've restricted ridership or seats to only 5 seats of 16 available seats. Establishment of a fare would then reduce the projected recovery by 40%, which is normal. We have a lot of casual riders on the trolley. The type of service is different than dial-a-ride in the fixed route, just the nature of a free service. And by implementing a fare, we would anticipate significant reduction in ridership. Staff recommends that these modifications be effective July 1, 2021. Again, we would notice the changes the same way as described before with dispatch, posted on the vehicles, press release, website, social media outlets. We would monitor the impacts of the changes and return to council with possible adjustments if necessary. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much. Questions? Questions? I have one question. The trolley has specific stops, and those are marked. Would we also be able to put information about the fare rate on those postings, either existing postings or, is that what you mean by dispatch?
No,
That's
but
just
on vehicle includes at stop locations.
Oh, okay. Perfect. All right, any comments? I'm sorry. Where's my gavel? Yeah, I need my gavel. All right. We've got to make this official with the gavel. All right, this is a public hearing. Thank you very much. We will open it for public hearing. Do we have anyone in the audience? No one always, don't everyone rush forward. I see no one here willing to make a public comment. Do we have anyone online?
We do, Matt Lorimer.
All right, Mr. Lorimer. Matt, if you will just say hi really quick to make sure sound is good.
Hello? hello on this beautiful Wednesday evening in Camarillo?
Go ahead.
All right, we can hear you.
Okay. So there were some facts that were left off. The trolley really should be called taking advantage of the taxpayer. Now, how did the trolley start? It started with Mike Morgan, Kevin Kildee, and Jan McDonald. They ran on this during their election cycle. And you know what they promised taxpayers? That this would be 100% covered by the chamber, by the university, and by the factory outlets. And you know what happened? They saw no people riding this thing. It was never supposed to be supported by taxpayer money. In fact, if you asked for the Public Records Act, you could find that out, and you'd find out that this has been a complete failure. Government's role is not to keep a system going just for the sake of it going. And let's put it this way. The councilmen that are there now, they should have at least 5 people they can list, the first name and last name, who are supporting this. Or there should be people in the audience supporting this. But the bottom line is, this has been a loser, okay? And it's cost taxpayers money, and it was never intended to be supported by taxpayers. And that's the fact that the staff left off. And today, you just announced that you're going to have a 40% reduction. Why have an empty bus rolling around Camarillo just for the sake of saying that we're keeping a program alive for the sake? I'm going to tell you, the money spent on this should go to the first program we were talking, where the bus is going around. That's where the money should go. You continue to waste money on something that has no support. Again, there's nobody has come forward tonight. All the councilmen there sitting behind the diocese should be able to give us 5 names or give us phone calls, emails, something to support voting for a bus that has nobody riding on it. It doesn't work. It hasn't worked. And by the way, this isn't New York and Chicago where you have high-rise and people don't own cars. This is Southern California, Ventura County, and the bottom line, it's not a utilized service. It's not utilized enough. The drop in service, there's no way you can make a case to the public tonight that spending money on this and then raising fees on another one makes sense. This system no longer works. It should be shut down. And the only reason it came to existence because lobbyists hit Mr. Morgan, Kevin Kildee, and Jan McDonald, and they ran on it. Even though they can't vote on it, a few of them, they pushed for this. This was supposed to be 100% covered by business, not by taxpayers. So look in the camera, Councilman, and explain why you're going against what was promised to the taxpayers. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Lorimer. I have one follow-up question. And Tyler, you can probably answer this. I know because we've discussed this. Mr. Tremblay had mentioned that we've been discussing this at length at public council meetings for well over a year now. One of the issues in which we had to address early on when discussing the trolley system, the trolley route, is that once it was set, it essentially established a need. And once you establish a need, you can't necessarily cut it out. And that you could take it away, but if there were enough people effectively petitioning or file a certain type of complaint.
An unmet needs hearing.
An unmet needs, yeah. There'd be further ramifications from there. Can you elaborate a little bit on that?
Correct. The trolley, when it was established, proved to be, we were hoping to get 4 rides an hour, which is our performance metric for a fixed route. We're currently averaging about 22 rides an hour during pre-pandemic numbers, and it is by far our most successful service and most demanded service. Therefore, when contributions from other agencies were no longer available, we were unable to just take the trolley away because it established that possible unmet need. And the penalties for having an unmet need would be that we'd no longer be able to use our TDA funds as we were previously doing.
Right. All right. Thank you very much. Any other comments from my colleagues? No. Yes, I do. Thank you very much. With that, do we have any other comments? Okay. I will close the public hearing. Comments? Mr. Tremblay?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Again, Tyler, I thought this report was done very well. I thought the PowerPoint presentation was done well. I appreciate, Mr. Vice Mayor, Mr. Mulchay, your pointing out that issue with respect to unmet transit needs. I guess what it boils down, like the prior transit item, in my personal view, we need to start right-sizing this program from a fare box revenue standpoint. It's the responsible thing to do fiscally. Metrolink, for example, it has a Southern California Explorer program that they're just initiating with outreach to specific areas, and one of them is Visit Camarillo with a focus on this trolley service for folks who could come to Camarillo, take the trolley, take the train and then the trolley and shop in Camarillo. So from an economic development standpoint, I think it still has some value. What I'd like to do is at least take this for a year and see where we go. I mean, it'll be really interesting to see what happens relative to our numbers here, both in terms of ridership and in terms of the fare box revenue recovery. So I'm supportive of this, and we'll happy to make a motion on the suggested action after my colleagues complete their comments.
Ditto.
I don't really have anything to add.
Okay.
Okay, then if that's appropriate, then I'll go ahead and make a motion for the suggested action to adopt a resolution establishing trolley fares.
And I'll second.
All right, with that, we have a motion and a second. Please vote. And that passes 3-0 with 2 recusals, abstentions, due to conflict. All right. With that, there is nothing else on our agenda. Charlotte, would you like to adjourn? Or would you like to leave the privilege to me?
We have one more thing.
Oh, we do.
So during a previous discussion in the first session, Mr. Kildee asked how much longer we had to keep the successor agency, and the attorney said he would look it up and report to us by the end of the evening, so we will ask him to report to us.
Yes, thank you. Actually, I asked Carrie Will to look it up, and she found it in about 3 minutes, so hats off to Carrie.
That was cheaper than if you'd looked it up?
Exactly, it's just what my thought was. All right, where was I? We were talking about, maybe I should frame the issue. The question, as I understood it from Councilmember Kildee, was how much longer are the oversight boards going to remain in existence, and oversight boards in connection with the dissolution of redevelopment. And those dissolution statutes are found in the California Health and Safety Code, and there is section 34179, subsection M like Mary, says that a county oversight board shall cease to exist when all of the successor agencies subject to its oversight have been formally dissolved under 34187. So you may remember that each city had its own oversight board, and then a number of years ago those collapsed into one oversight board, which was under the county's jurisdiction. So that's the basic standard, is that it'll remain in existence until all of them have been dissolved. Then they refer us to section 34187, and that basically says that the individual successor agencies will continue to exist until all enforceable obligations have been retired or paid off, all real property has been disposed of, and all outstanding litigation has been resolved. So I figure probably sometime next century all of that's going to happen. But to be more serious about it, it's going to take some time before that happens. I know that we do have the RTTP that is still going to be paid for a number of years on a number of obligations. So it's going to be years. How many years it's going to be, I can't predict, but I would say it's safe to assume several years. So that's the answer to your question.
Mr. City Attorney, I shouldn't hold my breath, is that kind of what?
No, I don't think you want to hold your breath.
You still have to go to that meeting every time. Okay, if there's no further
Do
business?
you, Madam Mayor, do you want to announce again who we're going to adjourn in memory of?
That's right. Tonight, we are adjourning in the memory of Suzanne Kitchens, who served on the Pleasant Valley School Board from 2000, the year 2000, until she passed away just the other week.